going to use some blocks. We're going to use antiquing wax, some orange paint. I've chosen chalk paint, of course, just because I have it. I'm going to use Mod Podge. I started off with a large brush, but I'm going to downsize that, so no worries. You can use any type of ribbon from Dollar Tree or Thrifted or Amazon or Temu or Michaels or Hobby Lobby, wherever you get yours from. You just choose what you think is going to work with your theme. I'll use 4 pieces of cellophane paper. We're going to use 2 of these from Dollar Tree. They are the larger ones. And then we're also going to use some yellow chalk paint. You'll need string lights if you want your piece to be more narrow. You can also use some like this, and so I've chosen to use these. It has to be the same as the size of your supports or smaller to make this work, okay? We're going to cut off our tags and our hangers. We won't need them. Flip the top one over so they are opposite of one another. And this is going to be the middle of our pumpkin light or our jack-o'-lantern light. I'm going to mix up my paint and then start putting this down on the inside. If you have acrylic paint, that'll work too. I like to use chalk paint because it dries quickly and gives a good coverage. It's also preference, just whichever way you want to do it. It's totally fine. I'll go all the way up to the stem, and then I'll do the same thing on the other one, and then give it a dry. You can put yours in front of a fan if you want to. You can sit it out in the sun, or you can just leave it to dry while you go on and do something else. Okay, then we'll flip both of those over, and you can see their mirror image. And we're going to do what will be the outside of our jack-o'-lantern. And I have chosen this pumpkin orange chalk paint. All right, once everything is dry, we're going to decide where we want to put our supports. This is what's going to hold the 2 pieces off of one another and allow us to put the lights on the inside. Okay, and let it be freestanding. All right, so I've got my blocks from Dollar Tree, and you can use whatever size blocks or supports that you want to use. If you want to make your piece a little more narrow than mine will be, then you'll want to use something thinner, like maybe one of those little building blocks from Dollar Tree. I think like the fake Jenga blocks, whatever, or any type of little supports that you can put on the in-between that you can think of. I'll put my Quick and Thick down first. Takes longer for that to dry, and then I'll put my hot glue around it. Using 2 glues, I've been asked before, why do you use 2 of them? It's because it takes longer for that white glue that you see to dry, and I need things to dry quickly so I can continue with my projects and get them out on time for y'all, right? Okay, so I found some of these candles. They change colors. I don't exactly remember where I got them from, but you know, if you want to use multicolors, you can, and just use clear over the eyes instead of yellow. I wanted to go ahead and use this yellow, so you know, painting the inside of it yellow might not have been necessary, but for me, it makes it a complete project, right? Now I'm going to put a thin layer of this Mod Podge around on here. Perhaps school glue would work for this, and you might even be able to use like a glue stick for this. It's totally up to you. You need to be very careful that you do not get your Mod Podge on the inside of the cutouts, and you don't want to get your Mod Podge anywhere on that cellophane where it does not connect to the pumpkin, because if you do that, you're going to have like a hazy finish over there. So rather than it looking clear or like glass or like yellow light shining through there, you're going to see like a haziness, and it is going to let everybody know that you did this at home. And we that's fine, right? But we strive to have things that look high end, and for people to say, oh wow, where'd you get that? I mean, doesn't it make you feel good when you do a project and people are just kind of blown away with it? I would love it if you're new here at my channel, if you would subscribe and become one of my members. I am working very hard on coming up to 100,000 subscribers, and I cannot wait. I know it's coming, and I know I need to be patient, but I know that it is coming, and it just means so much to me that many people find me interesting, you know? It's just, it's a humbling experience. Okay, so then we'll continue around and we'll do the next one. If you have overhangs, then you can fix that. You can cut it. I'm just using a little blade here that I have, and be very careful. Don't cut yourself. And just cut those pieces off. And those can be used for patching or whatever. If you leave these overlapped, it's going to be darker in some areas than others. So if you want a continuous color in each one of those little cutouts, then you're going to need to make sure that they're only covered once. I hope that made sense to you. Don't double up. Then after I get those in place and I'm happy with them and they're trimmed up, I'm going to go back over and just seal them in with a little bit of Mod Podge, so this doesn't catch on anything while we're crafting and it doesn't peel up and peel away. You can see that Quick and Thick is sitting on the top of each one of those blocks. That is how long you can leave this stuff. I mean, it takes a while for Quick and Thick to dry. That's why it's important to use that hot glue on there too, so that it will grab and give that a chance to dry. All right, so now we've got those glued back together. You saw how I glue the other ones, and now I'm going to show you a technique that I like to use to give definition to my wood cutouts and when I'm drawing and painting. This is a little bit of antiquing wax. I have it on just a water baby wipe. I buy cases of those and I keep them in my craft room. I'm going to show you also how to fix that mistake. You see that right there? That's not in the right line, but I'm going to show you what you can do if you do that. Now this is wax being applied by something that is damp, so it is still kind of movable, and it's easy to fix my mistakes. I'm going to go around the outside edges as well and do some shading. And then you'll be able to see as I go along here, and I'm going to skip sections and show you some of it. You'll see in the process how much it is going to change. I am trying to round out any areas that are super sharp looking or squared off, because that's not realistic when we are cutting out a jack-o'-lantern. They're kind of rounded a little bit. At least the ones I do. Now, it could just be that I don't know how to cut out a jack-o'-lantern. There's a good possibility. But as you can see, though, this is giving it some depth and some dimension. We'll go around the eyes, we'll go around the nose, and then that's when I decided to go ahead and just use the wax a little bit heavier and put that on the stem. Okay? Go in that nose right there. Yes, I'm digging in the nose. I've got a tissue and I'm digging in the nose. Go around there, dot it, kind of blur it out a little bit. You can see my mistake is still on the bottom. It's still there. And keep building it. Keep giving it depth. Keep giving it more and more roundness by kind of curving my lines. And you can see me use the wet part to kind of blend it out a little bit. All you have to do if you make a mistake with your antiquing wax and you're using it on a wipe like this is just to get a clean wipe and go over the mistake and just kind of buff it out. And then if you need to, after it dries, you can add another layer of paint on top of it. And that'll erase it. That'll cover it right up. So now we're going to go around to the back side, and I'm going to give it just a tiny bit different of a look on the back side. A little bit heavier handed, just to show you the difference that it will make. Look at that. It looks like it's cut with curves in it. And it's all just the way that you move your hand and the way you move that wax around. And having it on a damp cloth like that really has helped me transform a lot of the pieces that I do. So I hope that it is helpful for you as well. Okay, so that is done and our wax is dried. Dries fairly quickly. Decided I'm going to use some of this fabric that I absolutely love. I found it while I was out thrifting, and then y'all, would you believe I found a roll of it at Dollar Tree? I did, of a little roll. I found a little roll of it. So you can, well, possibly find it at your stores. I know I'm going to use this as like an edge that goes all the way around my pumpkin. We've got to have supports that are going to be areas where we glue that fabric down to the inside of the pumpkin. So I'm using these little blocks that you can get in a pack at Dollar Tree, and I'm going to put them close to the edge, not extending over the edge, because I want to be able to place a little bit of glue down and then put that on top. If you're using a ribbon, same thing. Just make sure that if your ribbon is too wide, that you either tuck the edge under and glue it, or that you trim it down to the right size. A lot of options, people, a lot of options. Now this is why it was important that the supports and the candles are the same size, because all I'm doing is putting these candles in with double stick tape right next to those bottom layer little support pieces. And so I had room to slide them in there, right? And that's important. Okay, so now our candles are in place. Always check those candles too first, y'all. Make sure you check them and make sure that they are working before you are putting them in your project, so you don't have to run back to the store and get a replacement. Now, I am going to do this in two sections. I've got this longer piece here. No, I did not measure. It's going to go slightly to where my candles are, like halfway over my candles, and then I cut another piece that will go over that. The idea is just to sort of hide the bottom of it, and you don't want to see the inside of this either. So putting that fabric there makes this like just like the little freestanding, I don't know, I think it's cute. I don't even know what you'd call this. What would you call this thing? It's just a jack-o'-lantern. It's a light up jack-o'-lantern, right? If you want to go over your stems, you can do that too, but I'm just going to glue my stems together with a block in the middle after a while, and you will see that, but I don't think I'll actually show you the process. So we're going to glue it down, and then I'm going to take my edges and roll them under, and almost like when you put seam in something, you know, you roll your edges under. I will be rolling those under and tucking those on the inside too. So you said you don't want to glue that on your light. Leave it where it's open. This is just my initial go around here. Nobody panic. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna tuck it. It's gonna be nice and neat. Okay, so now we're back to the original part. I'm rolling, tucking, and then any place I need to add a little bit of extra glue, I just add a dot of glue to hold that in place. On the bottom, I will go over my supported areas and leave it open where I can get to my candle lights. Now, when I show you this in the end, I'm going to show you how you can display this where you won't even see any of your hardware. So if you want to skip on the bottom part and not put it on there, and you just want to do the sides up to where you put your candles, then I'm going to show you how you can do that, and it won't be a problem at all. We need to be able to get to the light switches that are on these candles, so we have to have some way to have it accessible, right? So part of this will be glued right to the candle itself. And with it being hot glue, you know, it can pop off, and I can take these out and use them again for another purpose. You can see there's a block up there where the stem is on the side. I glued that in, held it with clamps until it was completely glued in place. And then I took a handful of raffia, 2 brown, 2 orange, and 2 yellow. I cut them in 18-inch pieces, and I'm just going to tie those in a double knot right at the top of the pumpkin. And you can see I put my lights on to test them out and see how everything was looking. There's my little square knot, or my double knot. And then here's where, if you want to make a bow for yours, you could do a bow. If you want to leave it just stringy like this, go ahead. I'm going to trim mine up just a little bit. It's in a couple of areas. It just looked a little bit too long for what I was doing, but it's easier to trim off than put something back on, right? So now you can kind of, this is sort of almost like the little skirts that you get from Dollar Tree, the hula skirts, you know? These are little pieces that I got from Temu. I ordered them a couple of years ago. I think I should have links somewhere. So these are really good to use as extra little embellishments. I love the cat with the pumpkin. So we are going to put that baby right there on where we tied it. And then this is what it's going to look like when the lights are out and the pumpkin is glowing. Oh my goodness. I love this. I love to be able to bring out things like this. Look how cheap it was to make it, right? 1 double pack of candles, 2 of these little jack-o'-lanterns, and then you most likely already had everything else. And if you don't have the little raffia, just use ribbons or just leave it alone. You don't have to put anything up there if you don't want to. It's totally up to you. We'll be using some paint brushes. I've got some yellow matte acrylic paint, black spray paint, any of the stuff you've got from last year or the year before for florals. I've got these little black berries. They actually were from Christmas. This is from Dollar Tree. I've got some foam that I've already used once. We'll use it again. This came off of a wind chime that broke, and I decided to save it. Little moon. And then this is a little planter that I actually used on my porch for a couple of years. It's ceramic, and it originally came from Target, it looks like. So of course, we're going to give it a good clean first. So I'm going to spray it down with a little bit of cleaner, and then I'm going to take a towel and I'm going to dry it all off. Make sure there's no residue on there. You don't want any oils on it. I'll take this out and spray paint it black and let it sit in the sun. In the meantime, I'm going to alter this little moon by cutting off the tip that attached it to the wind chime. We're not going to need this piece, and then the bottom piece we will keep. It's going to help us for support. It's really pretty as it is, but for this project, I'm going to paint it. I'm going to just put down a little scrap piece of cardboard painting and put this on here. Originally, when I got this paint, y'all, for some reason, I was thinking this was a chalk paint. So it did not give me the coverage that I thought it would. It took 3 coats of this yellow paint to cover this up. While it is drying, I'm going to move on to our planter. It's going to need foam on the inside. So I've gone ahead and taken that 1 block. I've cut it in half. I'm going to flood the bottom with a little bit of glue, avoiding the hole that's in the bottom, the little drainage hole. And just put that all over the place. And we want to make sure that that foam doesn't move around. So that's what I'm doing. Making sure there's a good pool in there to swim it in. Then I'm going to carefully push these inside. I'll say carefully because for whatever reason, I guess humidity, my spray paint is still a little bit sticky. And I'm going to press this down in here, hold it in. Now we have plenty of room. See, this is when I discover, oh my goodness, it's acrylic. That's what's wrong. I thought I had some faulty chalk paint. Chalk paint is thicker. It is going to give you a more solid coverage, and it is going to take less coats. So it just saves a lot of time. But it's okay, because I'm going to work with what I've got. I'm going over each of the windows with a little paintbrush that is about the same width as the window. It makes it a little bit easier. You can see that it is still slightly sheer. I do put 3 layers on these windows. We'll go to the sides, and I'll do those windows as well. Be sure you let it dry between each coat, which is what I have done. And I am going to go back over this with chalk paint. The paint was still slightly tacky. I knew if I put this chalk paint over it, what was going to happen. It was going to be sort of a crackly look. And but I thought that it would be okay for a project that is Halloween. And I'm going to give you a lot of encouragement and empowerment along the way. All right. So we're going to let that dry. I'm going to get my antiquing wax, and this is dry now. I'm going to take just a tiny bit on this round brush that is kind of the best I can get for a chippy brush right now. It's what I had. I'm out of chippy brushes, so this is what we're going to do. I just used a tiny, tiny bit, wiped most of it off, and then I'm just dragging it lightly across the details and the edges of my moon because I want it to look a little aged. So we'll let the wax dry. Once it is dry, I'm going to take the end down here, this little ring, I'm going to bend it up, and we're going to put a wire through there to help make this a standing piece. So these are floral wires. I don't know the gauge because I got them at the thrift store, but I knew that they would be strong enough for me to push down into that floral foam without bending and will hold the weight of that little metal piece. So I'm just making a little, sort of like a corkscrew here, and pulling it down. And then I have a surface to add the hot glue to really hold that thing in place. So I'm just going to add some hot glue, let it dry, add a little more. And then once I am finished with that, I'm going to set it aside, let it cool. Here is my piece again, my planter. It is dry, and we're going to start putting in our flowers. Now, these are the flowers, like I said, I've used them on other projects. I save my pieces, I save scraps, I save all kinds of things. So many good things that we get it for a reason, and it's time to use it. Let's get that stuff out. You know, with costs going up everywhere, even at Dollar Tree, you know, we need to be watching our penny and saving a nickel. So this is a good way to do it. I encourage you to look through what you have and do the same. Okay, now this little pick did come from Walmart, if I didn't mention that, a couple of years ago. This is a very simple arrangement. I'm going to put the tallest flower in the middle. It is the only orange one I have, so it's right in the middle. It'll go right in the middle. And then I'm just going to go to each corner and then fill in front and back. Very, very simple. I wanted this to be a floral arrangement that you could learn and you could do on your own and feel good about. Very simple. Now, in florals, we like to have something that's a little like a flyaway or something that's poking out or giving it a little more dimension instead of being just completely round, which is fine on some projects, but I love the idea. It almost looks like, I don't know, it gives it a little spooky element. It's got that sparkle, it's wispy, it's magical looking, which is perfect for Halloween in my book. So I just put those across the top, simple, 1, 2, 3, 4, right across the top. Nice. Look at it from all angles. Decide what you can do next. I'm going to pull that pick apart over there, and that did come from Hobby Lobby when I did get it. It was like an after Christmas clearance or something. And I thought they would be great for Halloween, and they work great here. They are already on wires, and I'm just going to pull those out into pieces and put one on each side and one on each front corner. And this is how she is going to look. Now, if you don't want to add the moon or you don't have something like that to put in the top, you certainly don't have to. But if you do, this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to push it right in the top. And if yours kind of rotates around in there when you put it down, just add a little hot glue in before you put it into the foam, and it will hold it in place. And this is how this project is going to look once it's complete. I did not have to buy anything for this project. Not a thing. I already had it, so this was completely free for me. If you like florals, or you think you might want to get into florals, this is a really easy one to start with. Very nice. I love how the windows look lit. I didn't want to do the door because I wanted it to look like the door was shut, you know, so I just left the door closed. I'm going to use some ink black paint, a thin and a thicker paintbrush, a decal from Dollar Tree. Love it. I found it off season and decided I would keep the little sugar skull. This is a frame I have had since my youngest child was very little. It was in her room. She no longer does pink, so I have taken this out and decided to give it a good old flip. It's old, it's been sitting up, look at the dust. It's very dirty, it needs to be cleaned. You be very, very careful, y'all. Very careful when you are taking glass out so you don't cut your fingers, but just be careful. Be mindful. We can rush some things, but some things we gotta be extra careful about. All right, so I love the shape of this frame. I love all of that detail. It just looks so super gothic and beautiful to me. So I'm just gonna go in here with the thick brush first, and I'm gonna add that ink black chalk paint. all over the top and on the sides. And at this point, if you want to do your back too, you can do that as well. I'm just going to do the front first though, because we'll let it dry before we flip it. The thinner brush is to go down in each of the cracks there to cover up all the pink that remains. I've used glass cleaner. Clean the glass. I'm going to carefully hold this glass with a towel so I don't cut my fingers and so that I can dry. And look how much better that looks. All right, we need to cover up the backing here. I'm just going to use a scrap of cardstock that I have. And the background is completely up to you. I like the idea of the black because it makes the white from that decal pop. I'm going to use my utility knife here, and I am going to cut that off. And just with a little bit of hot glue on the top and the bottom, we're going to put the background on. Now, if you want to, you can paint that black, but you'll still be able to see the little buttons where they attach the stand to it, and I didn't want to see that. So this just makes a nice smooth surface. Then the glass goes back on top. Perfect. And there's me with no makeup. Yes. What is better for a Halloween video than that? Wahaha. Okay, so now I'm going to take that sugar skull. I like to use my fingers and kind of to measure into place, so I can put my fingers against there and look at where my knuckles are, and that helps me decide where my center is going to be. The good news about these decals is if you just drop them down, they're very easy to pull back up. It's thick. It's a really thick decal, so it's kind of durable. If you drop it in the wrong spot before you press it down like this, you can lift it back up and reposition it. I'm going to use a little squeegee here and make sure that I have no bubbles and no areas of discoloration underneath, because if you don't press it all the way down, you're going to have like little opaque areas where you can see the bubbles, and I don't want that on this picture. Okay, so I'm going to flip that over, flip over our decal, drop it in, take the backing, put it down, and then we'll take the little fasteners here and we'll twist those back around. Sometimes when you thrift frames, the little fasteners are broken off. You can just use hot glue or some other type of tab to hold that in place if you want to. And then now is the time I'm going to go over the back and cover it in the same black chalk paint that we used on the front. I'm just propping that up so it can dry. And then once it is dry, this is how it's going to look. Now, this is the original way. You can leave it if you like it like this. Now, I've decided to do a little something extra. I like to give you lots of options on my channel. I'm taking a brush that is as close to, I don't know, as a fluffy brush, I guess, but still a chippy brush. It's actually a home painting brush. A little bit of sheepskin chalk paint. I'm going to use a tiny bit. Press it up into those bristles and drag that brush sideways across all the details in that frame. And to me, this really, really makes that sugar skull pop against that black background. You can go as light or as heavy-handed as you want to. I do suggest that you start off light and then build it as you want. Otherwise, you're going to end up with something that looks mottled and gray, and everything is going to end up being the same color instead of having the depth in the background from the darker shade. Isn't that pretty? Yes. Yes. Another free project, y'all. I had every bit of this stuff in my house already. I have things, my stash is ridiculous, honestly. It is time to declutter. And in the process of decluttering, I do encourage y'all here at the season where we are really crafting in full force, that if you're not going to use it, then just get rid of it. Just donate it. Somebody else will take it. Use it, change it, make it your own. That's what it's all about on this channel. All right, so we got some pumpkin orange chalk paint brushes. Naturally, I'm going to use some Titebond Quick and Thick. I have some satin orange ribbon from Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use a wooden frame. And these are also from Dollar Tree. This little card came from a pack that I got. It's a banner pack that I got from Temu. I'm going to clip that off, and then I'm going to use this little pouncer. I also got these from Temu. Y'all, these things are nuts. They are so soft and squishy like a marshmallow, and they apply the paint beautifully without you having to go into all those cracks. It is a serious time saver. Add a little bit of paint and just pounce, pounce, pounce all over this. I don't know if you could say that it is like when you do a stencil and you pounce it. I don't know. But I love it. I love it because it doesn't go into the cracks. It doesn't leave a mess for you to have to clean up in there. And it leaves the darkness from the laser cut still in there, so that you don't have to go back and do any shading on the inside if you like that kind of a look. And I often like that kind of a look. Now, you saw me initially with 2 of those because I'm going to be using one at a project for a future video. So Make sure you subscribe if you're interested in seeing what we do with the other one. Pounce, 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 all over. You can do this one time and get the coverage you like. You can do it twice. It's totally up to you. Dries super fast too because you're using a very small amount of paint. Now I'm going to decide how I want to place this so I can cut this out and make it fit inside of this frame. Look at these kids. Are they the cutest little retro babies? I'm going to use a pencil and just trace right around here on the inside. And that is going to give us a guide. Now, we're not going to cut on the line. We're going to cut outside of that line because we want this to fit behind the frame and not fall through it. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm going to go put my blades right on the edge. And I'm going to go outside by probably, I don't know, about 1/4 of an inch. I judged how far I wanted it to go by the width of that ring and how much room we would have to apply some glue. And you'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment. So I'm going to carefully cut around. And then once you get yours cut out, if you want to, you can go back and make it a little more even. You know, sometimes we have pieces that are a little bit thicker when we're just kind of eyeballing it like that. You can always make it a little bit better. I did not want mine to be seen behind the details. I wanted that detail to be just, look at it. Look at it. I love this. So I'm going to take the Quick and Thick. The reason I'm using this is because obviously it's thick. It's a strong adhesive and it takes a little bit for it to dry. So when you apply it on here, you have a little bit of wiggle room. And it takes a minute to do this, to get this all the way around. Do you see what I mean about the width of that ring there, or that circle before it becomes the cutout parts? That's what I was thinking of when I was trimming that out. I hope that makes sense. It does inside of my head, but sometimes when it comes out my mouth, it doesn't. You know what I mean? You know how it goes. Okay, so we're going to go all the way around until I get back to my original starting point. And then if you get any on the inside, just wipe that off. This does dry clear, but you know, you don't want anything like that on there. You want it to look high end. You always want your projects to look like, you know, something special. So people guessing, where'd she get that from? Oh, she made it. So I didn't get that completely lined where I wanted it. I pivoted it a little bit by holding my fingers on the back and just kind of pushing it in a circle. And then when I know exactly where I want it to be, you can press it down all the way around. It's going to hold it good in place, no problem. Then I'm going to seal the edges in any areas that I can seal the edges. Go around here and just kind of lock it in. I'm going right over the edge and right onto the wood piece. Very thin line, it doesn't take a lot. But it will lock it in place and keep it exactly where I need it to last me through the season and maybe beyond. This is easy to do. And if you used paint on something like this, oh my goodness, this would be, or tape, it would be a mess. Where would you even put the tape? It would just be crazy. That's why the glue is a good option for this. Maybe even a glue stick. You can try it. Certainly try it. So now it needs to dry because if you put it on the table while it is wet, it's going to stick to your table and we're not done working with it. So it needs to dry. You can let it air dry or you can get a drying tool and use it. I'm going to take a tiny bit of antiquing wax on an angle brush. I'm going to dot most of it off. And then I'm going to press that angle brush right into the edge of the wood cutout and onto the edge of the picture. This is going to give it slightly a silhouette look, and it is, or a cameo look, I guess. And it is just going to bring a little more depth, a little more dimension into the project. It's easy to do. Don't be intimidated by waxes because they really can make a difference. So here I have my beautiful satin ribbon. I am just going to make a very simple bow. You can see how I did it. If you need to watch it again, you can go back. You can put it in slow motion and you can watch it again. I'm just going to do the little rabbit ear technique. Tie it. I think this is the perfect little bow for this. And I thought, you know, a lot of people don't like bows, but I thought a bow would be so appropriate for this because, I mean, they're kids, right? They're cute, sweet little kids. They're all excited. They're ready to roll. And a satin ribbon just looks like it would be perfect for them. So I'll place it down with a little bit of hot glue. No need to tie it on because it's so lightweight. Look at my little, I'm forever fluffing bows, y'all. Are y'all fluffers too? You like to fluff a good bow? Then I'm going to cut a length of this out. I got probably maybe 18 inches of this. I don't often measure, but probably 18 inches. And I am going to just slant the edges to keep it from unraveling. And then using the cutouts, I am going to lace this through here. Pull these evenly. put the tips together, line that up, and then I will flip it around here and just make one simple knot. You can slide the knot up a little bit, and this creates how you're going to be able to hang your charm. It's perfect this way. If you want to use jute, you can certainly use jute for your charm. The idea of a charm is you can hang it off of a lamp, you can hang it off of the back of a chair, you can put it on a candle, you can hang it on a doorknob, you can hang it off of a cabinet knob, you can hang it around your mirror in your car. It is totally up to you. You got a lot of options with this little one, and this is so easy to make. I think it's adorable. Look how sweet these babies are. Oh my goodness, they're so adorable. Look at those little chubby faces. Everybody's smiling and happy. They're so happy I worked through my stash. I found these little Kool-Aid dog toys at the Dollar Tree. They were $1.25 a piece. I picked up 3, but we're just going to focus on 2 of these today. I think they're made out of vinyl, I believe it says. They have little stretchy bands around them to keep them on their paper, so we're just going to pull those off to take those out. You can also cut them loose from the back if you want to. And this is what they look like. It's a little squeak toy. However, the squeaker is not working in either one of these, which may be why it ended up in Dollar Tree in the first place. Not going to be a problem because they won't be dog toys. They'll be Halloween decor. Perfect little shape. So I'm going to take pumpkin chalk paint to use on one, and we're going to use black chalk paint on the other one. One will be a jack-o'-lantern, and the other one will be a cauldron. I'm not using acrylic because I found that chalk paint pretty much sticks to about every surface. So I thought that this would work best. Plus, it's pretty easy to coat it less if you use a chalk paint or some type of paint that's got a little more thickness. And acrylic takes quite a few more, and it takes a little bit longer to dry. So that's why I have chosen this. I'm going to paint the entire thing black. It's not necessarily paint the bottom of the feet because we're going to be gluing those down to a surface later. If you want to glue the feet down so that you can paint the entire thing at one time, you can do that. It'll easily pop up. I've got it's like a little box that drinks come in, and I've just got that down there, and I will glue those down later to make it a little bit easier to work with. Now for the pumpkin, I had to use 2 coats of the orange on this one to cover it up, and you do the same thing. Just use, maybe if you use a different brand, it might be a little thicker. Just look at it and see. The idea is so that I can't see the face through it. Now, if you're not good with drawing the face and all that, then maybe leave it on there where you can still see underneath, and then you can just trace back over that with a permanent marker or with a paint pen or something like that. And you can just use his original face on your pumpkin, because I'm going to be using a different face. And he's got little hands, little arms. Is really cute. Just going to hold on to that. And I guess if you wanted to do a gray cauldron, you could do that. If you wanted to do, a pink or a purple pumpkin, I know a lot of people are into pastels for Halloween. So, you could just customize this to make it your own. For me, I'm going to dry these. I'm going to keep it moving because it is vinyl and I don't want to melt anything. So I'm trying to keep that low stream moving. You can also use a fan or blow dryer. I know if you've been around for a while following my channel, there are lots of different ways that you can do things. So on the back side, I just decided to use a little bit of my Cool Temp glue to go in the little hole in the back. You don't have to do this at all. You could just paint it because it's going to be on the back of your project and you're really not going to see it. But I thought it might make it, a little smoother if I did it this way. Wouldn't be as noticeable as an indentation in the back. So I'm just adding a little in there, trying to make it close to level with the rest of the surface. And turning it, kind of keeping it moving in a circular motion like that is my attempt to keep from having glue streams all over the place. So you don't want to put your paint on there until that glue has set, and it will become like a milky color probably, depending on what glue sticks you use. That helps me know when mine is completely dry. Unless you want to touch it with your finger, but then it's hot, you might burn yourself, so just be really careful. If you scratch anything, you can go back over and clean that up as well. I went ahead and painted the top surface of it because we're going to do something different on the top of each one of these. So we won't see our ice cubes that the original Kool-Aid man had. Okay, so I just use a little hot glue to hold them down here so they can dry. This is just my process. You can feel free to do it however you
Don't
like.
forget to like, comment, and
If you
share.
are new here on my channel, I would love it if you would like the video, if you do indeed like it, and subscribe to the channel. I am 95,000 subscribers right now and really hoping to make it to 100,000 this year. So if you'd like to be part of that, I would appreciate it forever and ever, and I'll keep bringing you these unique goodies that I'll bring you twice a week. Okay. So now if you just want to freehand the face on the jack-o'-lantern, you can. If not, go ahead and pull something up. My head's in the way, so you can't see what I'm doing here. But this is the one I chose. Very basic, very simple. And like I said, if you didn't use 2 coats of paint, you could always go back over there with a black marker and just trace out the original face. Now, I like to use the base color paint, almost like an eraser, for any little scratches I might have got on there, any eraser marks, and you can erase on top of the chalk paint. I didn't have any problems getting the lines off, but it does leave a little kind of a grayish cast, so I'm just cleaning up and crisping up that black by putting that orange all around it. Checking him out, making sure he looks good. Is he perfect? Absolutely not, but he's good enough for me. You can give your little jack-o'-lantern some teeth if you want, totally up to you. With the cauldron, if you want to put a face on him, you could, but we're going to focus on working on the top of him right now. And I'm going to choose a green paint, a bright color, make almost a fluorescent green lime color paint. And this is just acrylic paint that I'm going to put in the top of here because I want this to look like there's some type of a potion bubbling in here. You could do any color you want for this. You could do blue, you could do purple, you could leave it black. You could, just let your imagination run wild. The colors at Halloween are so broad and there's so many options you can choose from. You could even use like a colored glue stick and just fill it in with that. Totally up to you. And of course the little ice cubes that were in the original Kool-Aid Man picture, they're still there. I'm not doing anything with them. If you wanted to get a hot knife and try to chop that off or hollow it out, I guess you could do that. But for those of us who are not willing to put in that kind of time, we'll just show you another way to do it. Now we're going to use wooden jar tops, and these are candle lids actually, and I am just going to color those in whatever color I like. So I'm going to use the same green that I used on that on the top of that cauldron, and I'm going to put it all around this base. I just pulled off that little silicone seal first, and now I'm going around it here. Make it nice and smooth, and of course use whatever brush you like. I wanted to get one that was a little bit smaller so I could go around that ring, that little opening there. It's totally up to you because we're going to do some things to cover and embellish that. Of course we are. We'll set it aside to dry, and then for the jack-o'-lantern, I decided to make this base black. You could do crackle paint finish on this. You could sponge it. You could just use some antiquing wax and make it look wooden if you wanted to do that. Totally up to you. And I know a lot of people say, once you get your paint out of the bottle, don't put it back in the bottle because it can cause clumps and you may put some fibers or something in there. But, I try to stretch my money. So if I get too much, I just try to load it back onto the end of the brush and then rake it back into the bottle. Yep, that's how I do it. Okay, so once that is dry, and it doesn't need to be, 2 coats or whatever, I'm going to decide what I want to use for my bubbles in the top. I didn't have any round beads. I didn't have any little table scatter that you can get at Dollar Tree. None of that stuff. It was from last year, and I'm crafting in the summer. I don't have Halloween items out in my Dollar Tree yet, so we're using the things that I've already had. I'm going to use some Quick and Thick to paste this down in here. If you want to use hot glue, you can, but the Quick and Thick does dry clear. And I've used this on a little bird bath that I made, this technique, and I really, really liked it. It's also thick, and it makes it easy for you to press down whatever type of material down into it. And I like the look of it. Okie dokie. So I'm going to take some of this little, this is crushed rock or something like that. It's probably something you use in an aquarium, if I had to guess. That would be pretty too. I know you can get some of those stones that are like fluorescent and neon colors. That would be really cool in the top of here, really make it more playful. And if you wanted to, on here, you could dry brush a little bit of a gold or silver around it or a green around it. You could just do so many things. I'm going to give you the basic because you really could just go nuts on this project. But I'm just going to give you the basics, and you can decide how you want to switch it up to make it your own. But I'd love to hear, because I have one more that I haven't done anything with, and I would love ideas. Okay, so now I've got some of these little sticks that you get at Dollar Tree, and you can just either break them in half or you can cut them in half with cutters or with your miter shears, which I have misplaced. I don't know what I did with my miter shears. It's the wrong time of year for that, people. It's the wrong time of year. And then I'm just going to use my micro sander to smooth down the edges just a little bit, because we're going to be using some paper and some fabric to wrap this to look like little candies. So I have a package of napkins, because what good decoupager does not have some napkins nearby? And I am going to use the black and white portion of this because it's like a cream and black, not like a true white. I thought it would look really pretty as a candy wrapper. So I'm just going to wrap it around here. I didn't cut it wide enough, but you're not going to see that. That'll be on the back. And then if you want to just pinch and lightly twist that, you can. Or you can tie it off with a little bit of baker's twine or jute or a thin ribbon. Whatever you think would look cute on your candies. And if it wasn't tissue paper, if you use regular paper, you could always just twist that. Or if it was a wax paper, you could always just twist it and it'll hold its shape, just like a Tootsie Roll or, candy that we have like that. But I think, adding the ribbon and stuff to it makes it a little cuter too. Makes it a little more fancy. Like maybe somebody made this candy at home. So then I'll go to the other end and I will tie a knot there. But y'all, I'm getting the hang of crafting with the fingernails. Check it out. Check it out. I got a knot. Who's impressed? Okay, because I'm a little impressed with myself today. Watching this back, yeah, I just did that in one shot. I am full of it. I want y'all to know what I have in my coffee this morning. So I have a Veranda Blend coffee, Starbucks, of course. I made it at home. 8 ounces of that with some half and half, and then some sugar-free pumpkin spice creamer. Oh my goodness. I could drink it all year long, but when you're doing fall crafts and Halloween crafts and you have that wonderful extra special cup of coffee or cocoa or chai or whatever you're having, oh, it's just delicious. So you see, if you're careful, you can actually use that tissue paper without any string and just kind of twist it, totally up to you. To do it with fabric, and I do encourage you to use scraps for this because this is like the perfect way to use little scraps. You can even use wrapping paper if y'all have something like that, right? Or some tissue paper if you found some pretty tissue paper. You could use a paper bag. It's just so many options for this. I'm just using a little bit of hot glue. I want to make sure I have enough room left on both ends so that when I twist it, it covers up the end. I have enough to tie around, and then we could trim it off, And then I'm just going to roll it up and tie it off. And I thought the jute would be cute on the jute would be cute on this fabric, so I just decided to use that here. It's just going to give you some ideas of how you could do yours if you want to mix it up. In all, I think I made 6 pieces of candy, 2 in each little sort of wrapper. And then the fact that these little where ice cubes are in here, it helps us because it gives us a little bit of level so things are not laying flat. So it almost looks like there's more underneath that it's stacked on too. So I'll put these at different little levels and different little angles to make this look like this little happy jack-o'-lantern is full of candy. And of course, if you like glue webs, just leave them in there. It's totally okay. You can glue your little pumpkin back down if you want to, but he's dry now, so it doesn't matter if it falls over. It's totally okay. He will be stable once we put him on the base, which is over there drying right now. Now, I'm just making sure when I look at it that the part that overlaps is toward the back. I don't want that in the front. Then we can add one more little piece in here. Think of all the little things that you could add in yours. Anything. And then I've got some extra special little... I love that. Oh, it's so cute and rustic. Fun. I think he's so fun. Perfect little shape for a jack-o'-lantern. I'm going to go ahead and put him back down on his base. And then I'm going to add a little something extra to the top. I'm just using a little E6000. It's going to hold it down a long time. And a little bit of hot glue to hold it until that other glue is dry. You can place it anywhere you want to on your lid. And you can also use the lid upside down or right side up. Totally up to you. Oh, how cute. I love it. And of course, you can decorate the base any way you want, but I'll give you an idea in just a moment how I'm going to do mine. See, the paper is still on the bottom of his little feet. It doesn't cause a problem at all. He stays up nicely. And I've been in there playing around with these, pushing them around, and they're still locked in place on that base. Okay, how cute. So I thought, well, now we need to embellish a little bit because you know how I am. It's all about the embellishments. Here are some black beads. And here are some of those little, I don't know if they call them berry picks or what they call them at Dollar Tree, but I've had these and I get them every year because they're really useful and versatile. I want this to look like a bunch of balloons. So I'm sort of straightening the wire and then wrapping one bottom wire around the entire little bundle. So now our cute little party pumpkin, he will have a bouquet of balloons in his hand. And if you do have scatter and you don't have these, just use some little sticks, paint them black, brown, whatever color you would want your string to be hanging off of your balloons, and make your own little bouquet. Look how cute! And I'm just using my hot glue here, and I'll hold it in place until it has an opportunity to cool off. Look at all these little candy corns. Y'all collect this stuff over the years. I'm not even entirely sure where these came from, but I thought these would be really cute sticking out of the top. Just a little flyaway something, you know, that little unpredictable that we talked about that makes our projects different. So I thought, yeah, let's just poke these in here. I think at some craft stores you can buy little kits with candy and gumdrops, and I think that is something maybe I have seen more at Christmas time, like a candy thing, but you could certainly use that stuff here. And if you decided you didn't want to use classic colors like orange and black, you could do your pastels. You know, you could totally make it your own. How cute! Guys, please be sure that you paint the bottoms. Okay, be sure you paint your bottoms. You know what I say, for speed's sake, I don't do all of that. I try to tell you what to do, but I try to also save time because I have had people complain that my videos are way too long. Which, by the way, if you're one of those people who says, oh my gosh, it's 2 hours, there's no way I'm going to make it, you don't have to watch those 2 hour videos. They're compilation videos or mega videos where there's a whole bunch of stuff from different videos put together that have a similar theme. That's what those are for people who are looking for that type of material. Okay, let's come back over here to the cauldron. And I decided to add a little fake spider. You can get little fake bugs anywhere you get Halloween stuff, right? I'm going to put one on his hand like he's going, ah, there's one on my hand. I have a little black cat that came out of a Dollar Tree set of stuff a few years ago. Look in the $5, like the $5 plus section, whatever, and you can get little kits that have little houses and witches and skeletons and stuff. I use those all the time. It's well worth the money because you get so many pieces. I'll take this little broom. You can make your own if you want. If not, use whatever type of little broom you have. This one I've had for a while. I think it came from Target Dollar Spot. And I'll add a little spider there on the broom. He's just a little magical cauldron, but he has no face. It's not going to be like that. Now, an idea for beads, if you have leftover Mardi Gras beads, or if you have any types of beads that you don't use in your decor anymore, but you can craft with. I'm just using this jar to hold this in place while I put this on. Instead of using singular beads, you can always use a string of beads to make a bottom, to make a stand if you would like. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just showing you another way that you can do it. Or you can do like we did on the other one and just use, you know, 3 or 4 beads spaced out on the bottom to give you a little bit of height so it's not sitting flat down on the table. It's totally okay though. If you want it to sit flat, or if you have a smaller space, it's totally fine to do it that way. Now I'm sort of just looking at my edge to see where the edge is and pushing it down. I'll cut it off once we get back to the beginning, and then those two will be a little bit closer than the rest of them, but it's really not going to be that noticeable. All right, looking good. I love that they're round because they sort of mimic the shape of our cute little cauldron. And then right around the lip, I decided to add another row. You could add string lights there if you wanted to. You could do some of those little spider rings if you wanted to have little spiders around there. Or the ones that I love so much that have the little purple or orange jewel on them. It's like a little gem. I love those things. Every time I can find them, I get them. And I use them every Halloween in something, one thing or the other. Now be neater with your glue here. I made a absolute mess, and you can see my mess. But when you do that and you get a bunch of glue strings here and there, you can pick those out. You can add some heat from a heat tool, and you can clean it up so it looks a little bit better. For my house, my kids, my grandkids, this is going to be absolutely fine. Now, if you want to, you could use any like a stripe ribbon or a solid glittery ribbon around your edge here. You could do the same thing that you did on your other pumpkin and use beads, or you could use lights. They also have beads at Dollar Tree in the past that are like skulls and crossbones. You could use that there, and you can get those in a variety of colors. You could use a piece of rope. You could use table scatter. I mean, think of all the things that you could do there. And then again, leave it completely white if you want to. You can leave it a natural color. You can paint it black. You can stripe this thing. If you want to give it that Mackenzie Childs look, you could do a plaid on there. You know, you could do a checkerboard look on there. There's a lot of options. And I got these little Kool-Aid men from Dollar Tree for $1.25. Go look in the pet section. It was in the pet toys, in the boxes, and on the shelf. Absolutely adorable. Look at this little jack-o'-lantern. Are y'all as excited as I am to see how this little thing turned out? Because I think it is so cute. The little handmade candies. He's happy. He looks like he is ready to party. What did the Kool-Aid man used to say when he busted through the wall? Oh, yeah. Yep, see? I love the look of him. Oh, it is so cute. I hope y'all like this as much as me. Remember, paint the bottom. If you make it for yourself, put it on your desk, put it in a little happy place to make you smile. If you've got a display cabinet, how cute would these be? If you get a bunch of these, you can make a bunch of different styles. Yeah, these were a lot of fun, and I am super thrilled to be bringing this video to you. It's been a while in the making. Look at these. So, what would you do with yours? I want to know if anybody has a spare one that they don't know what they want to do with yet. I want it to be Halloween themed. I'm really thinking about making one into a mushroom, but I'm not entirely sure yet, so it will be in an upcoming video. So be sure that you like and comment and subscribe and all of those good things so you don't miss notifications and you don't miss all of this wonderful Halloween excitement and fun. I hope it brings you as much joy as it does me. I just have so much fun. It just makes me feel like an absolute kid again doing these crafts. Absolute kid. We're going to start off with an ornament from Dollar Tree. It's a little snow globe ornament from last year. We have a Sally figurine. They are over there by the toy cars, the little figurines. And Sally was $1.25. Here she is. And there's a little trading card that's in there. And this is what she looks like without being in the package. Notice how pretty my nails are, y'all. It's going to change. Okay, and there's Jack. There's apparently 5 in the set. These are the only 2 I could find on different trips, of course. And here's Jack Skellington. So, here is his little card. Now, these cards could be used in other projects if you wanted. I'm going to use some colored moss. Mine came from Temu, but you could definitely get this like at Hobby Lobby or other craft stores where you find their moss and their floral pieces. I have seen it definitely at Hobby Lobby before. Something very similar. So now I'm just showing you a variety of colors in there. Got lots of options for colors. First up is Jack. We are going to use this ornament for Jack. This has a little dent. I'm not worried about that. Of course not. Of course not. It's Halloween. We have dents and bubbles and wrinkles and, it's not perfect. I'm going to use a little cleaning solution, and this just happens to be a little Mr. Clean with some water in it. I'm going to clean up the bottle and the top. Get everything nice and clean and fresh. I'll be taking the cap and the hanging part outside, spray painting it black, letting it dry, and then bringing it back in so it looks like that. Inside does not need to be painted. I'll reassemble the hanger for the top. Easy to put back in. And there's a little Jack, and then we're going to use a piece of foam. I save foam pieces that I get for, like when I order things, like, tables and bits and bobs for the house. And I save these little pieces. I just cut them down into like rectangles and circles and throw them into a basket, and then when I need them for a project, they're easily accessible. This is a good foam. It's a soft, spongy type foam. It's not like floral foam, so it's more dense, I guess you could say. I'm using my little knife here to cut this, but you can really use scissors for something like this. It's important on this part that you get your piece where it fits in the center with enough room around the outside that you can screw this back on. Perfect. It's not pretty, doesn't have to be. We're going to cover this. You can use like little leather scraps, you can use some fuzzy fabric, you can use anything you get from Dollar Tree, or you can paint it. But I'm going to use this. This is some pillow fluff that I have. And if you know the cartoon, you know that it takes place, that Jack does go into Christmas time, so there's snow on the ground. And I am just going to let him stand in the snow. I'll add some Quick and Thick Tight Bond on here with my little rubber spatula, and we'll just ice this cake all up. And then after it is covered on the top, then I can put that down and add that piece of batting or pillow fluff to it. I press it down. It will, if you were to use hot glue on this, you'd burn your fingers off for one thing, and nobody wants to do that. So it takes a little bit longer for this to dry, but not really that bad. Not bad at all. And it's thick enough that it clings to there and you don't see ridges from glue underneath. It doesn't melt it. A little bit of cool temp glue, and I'm going to put that in the bottom. Try to get this centered so I can still get my top on. And then I'll just use, this is just a plastic part of like a coffee stirrer that I use in another project, and I save it, of course. I mean, why would I not save it? I'm a crafter. I save everything. If you looked in my room, in there, my workspace, you would know that about me. So inspired. I get so inspired this time of year. So I'm going to take that hot glue and fill up the wells underneath. There's like the grid work under there, and I'm just going to take advantage of that to hold that glue until I get it flipped over and pressed down. Now I'm going to press this down in the center and hold it here so that that glue goes through the batting and onto the foam and holds Jack into place so that he's not flopping around. You want to make sure that he's not just glued on the batting or the fabric, because it can move back and forth. So I'll reattach my top, my little hanger. I love it black like this, but you could do any color you wanted to, really. Same with the lid piece. And if you don't do Halloween, then you can certainly grab inspiration here. Maybe your kids like Ninja Turtles or, Disney figurines. You could do this, for your house, your tree, your whatever you want to use it for, coffee bar, whatever. So now I'm not going to add anything on the bottom to embellish. I just decided I didn't need it. I like the simplicity of it. We're just going to do a little embellishment on the outside. So now this screwed into place. I'm going to try to make sure that I get it screwed in where the seam is not across his face. And then there he is. Twist it back upon itself, one down each side. And it's just going to make it, a little bit stronger. You could cut yours off. It could be thinner if you wanted to, but I like the floof of it. I like the floof. I'll trim off anything that is still sticking out. You can use a ribbon. You don't have to use something that's wired like this. A ribbon will work. You can use a simple hook like you would use on a Christmas ornament. Totally up to you. But see, the dent is still there. No, I don't even care. But this is me not caring. It's Halloween. Nobody cares. So I'm going to take another piece. And if you're sure that you're not going to add anything else, you can go right over your seam with some hot glue. And then whatever you use to hang it with. If you use a piece of ribbon, you might use a coordinated ribbon there. Or you could use raffia or hooker and twine. Yeah, my sister would be so proud since she cooks. Yeah, baker's twine. That would be it. You could use that in there. Totally up to you there. And maybe jute. If you're into that look, that rustic look, you could do that. I like being playful at holiday time. Or maybe doing some things we don't always do. I would love it if you would subscribe to the channel. If you're a viewer and you haven't yet, it would be great to have you here. Next up is Sally. All right, so now these little cups I found at the Dollar General. And it was a 2-pack for $1 in their dollar section. Y'all don't miss out on the Dollar General dollar section. It's still cheaper than $1.75 at Dollar Tree. Right? Now, the snow globe I got this year, but it is something you can get that I have seen in Dollar Tree pretty much any time of the year. It has a little cap that goes in there, and then it has the cap that you screw on that makes the, that closes the whole thing off. We're not putting water in here, so we don't have to be concerned about the lid. We're just going to use this inner piece, and it fits perfectly right around the bottom of the little ramekin. So I'm going to use some E6000 and put that on there. If you use hot glue, be prepared for this to pop off. I'm just going to let you know right now, if you make a mistake, if you want to add something, if you want to change something, if you want to adjust the lid, it is going to pop off. You need something permanent. And working with E6000 gives me a few minutes, or a few seconds, I guess, to kind of make sure that it is lined up perfectly, pressed into place, and because it's that sort of thick texture, it kind of holds it there. I could also have used Tite Bond in this situation as well. Either way, I like to show you options because you might not have the Tite Bond at your house. If you put your fingers in that E6000, go wash them immediately. Okay, so now we're going to grab the moss and we're going to start working on our platform. Now notice my fingernails. Do you see my fingernails? Do you see the chippy, messy, whatever? That's what happens when you have a stressful week and you have anxiety. I picked my nails. I picked my gel nails. I destroyed my nails. I could not help myself. It was just one of those things. And I know y'all understand because you know what? My life is not any different or more special or more whatever than yours, right? You have issues, I have issues. We all do. Okay, so these are the pieces that I thought would be pretty, the color pieces. And I'm going to add these in here all over the place. Make them a nice base for Sally to stand in. You see, she wears a patchwork dress, and I think making this like almost like a patchwork sort of moss is a cute idea. I don't know, that's just me. If you have regular moss, just use that. Maybe you don't want to use moss at all. She could stand on whatever you want her to stand on. Fur, you could just paint that bottom instead if you wanted. You know, it's important in this day and age. We're watching our budgets and we're watching our money more now probably than ever. So just be sure that, you know, look around you and what could you use, you know, so that you can still craft and find some joy and enjoy the holidays, right? We want to enjoy the holidays with a little youthfulness, right? So same with Sally. I filled up the bottom with glue and pressed her down into that moss where she won't move around once she is encased inside of her little dome. And I don't have my situation lined up perfectly, and I didn't realize that until later, but it worked. It didn't go across her face, so I'm okay with that. And I adjusted a little bit. You got to make sure your base is dry, because if you try to pull it off, you can pull the whole thing apart. That's what I meant. You never know when you might mess up, and that's okay. We can fix most things. Alright, so let's address this section, because we don't have lid on there, and there's not a finished look. I thought that we would use a little bit of this raffia. This raffia, you can maybe find raffia most places. I don't know if you can still get it at Dollar Tree or not, but you can get it at craft stores, and maybe you can get it at Walmart. Fairly inexpensive, and I just like the look of it, especially in fall. You know, in fall and Halloween, it's just easy to work with, and it's simple, and you don't have to do it like a ribbon and make bows and all that kind of stuff. You can make it a little different. I like to try multimedia things. I like to do like to deal with lots of options. So I'll tie a knot and then start in the back, because I always like to start and stop in the back where you can't see it. I'll just press that down. If you wanted to braid, you could braid. I am just going to wrap this around here. If you only have one color and you just want to wrap it all the way around, you can do that too. But if you twist while you wrap, you get this really pretty little look, I think. And I think Sally would be proud of it. I sure do. It just reminds me of Sally. If you haven't seen the cartoon, you know, I can't recommend one way or the other, but I thought it was cute and very colorful and, I don't know, adventurous, and just, I don't know, I really liked it. And it kind of makes you think too as an adult when you watch it. It's a little different than when you're a kid and you watch it. All right, so I'm going to continue around here. If you're watching this part of this video and you've got this far, then I think you maybe like what's going on in the video, and you're really going to like it. It is a light up bottle that is inspired by Sally. So yeah, it's really cool, really fun, and it would be great in a set with this. I don't know, are Jack and Sally out now? Are they out? Are people not enjoying The Nightmare Before Christmas? I think it's different. You know, we did Charlie Brown. I've done Charlie Brown Project, and I think it's a different age group, maybe, that enjoys Nightmare Before Christmas. But I know I enjoy it, I'll tell you that much. Now you're just going to continue around here until you get this looking the way that you like it, as full as you like it. And then I'm going to put some glue and then cut right past where I've glued it, so I'll have a nice finish. If you make a mess with your glue, just let it cool. Don't freak out. Let it cool and just peel it right off. Now for an additional embellishment, because you know we have to do that here, I'm going to take 2 of the orange, 2 of the green, and 2 of the purple together. And I don't know, this is probably maybe 12 inches. Yeah, probably about 12 inches. And I will cut that off. I want to have enough in my hands that I can make a good knot in the middle, and then we'll trim it down. It's easier when you have more than you need than cutting off too much and having to start over, and I do not want to waste this. So when you have a knot like this, by the way, and you got all those little pieces that don't look like they want to agree fully on what's going on, then you just take each little strand and pull, and you will pull the loop right out, and your knot will be nice and smooth. And then you can fold it over on itself and trim. When you do this, you get the sides pretty symmetrical. And then one part of the knot actually has like a flat area, and that's going to be the part where we attach it, and I'm going to attach it right on the top. But you can put it over your ribbon or your raffia right here where it joins if you would like, which is also very cute, but it left me wanting something more on top. So then I'm just going to go on the top, flip that over, and right in the dimple on the top of that, I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue, and then press this down into it. And that gives a little something on the top. If you were to use a ribbon to do this, your ribbon is going to flop straight down, and you're not really going to be able to see what's going on. The beauty of raffia is that it's pretty positional. I mean, for me, when I move it, it stays where I put it. So you can kind of manipulate it a little bit to get it to do what you want it to do, as opposed to ribbon. Just a little thought for you. This little foam heart was made by my daughter 2 years ago, my youngest of 4 kids, and I've had it in my workspace. I keep it there so I can see it, and I decided to use it on this project. I'm not putting it right in the center, I'm putting it at a slight angle right to the side of the front. And now when I see it, I'll think about my baby girl, and I love it. Now you can use any type of embellishment you want. If you wanted to wrap maybe some beads around there, you could. You can embellish with that. You could add some florals. You could add some little berries. I actually have a pick from Dollar Tree. I don't recommend you getting your florals at Dollar Tree anymore just because they're way too expensive. I paid $1.25 before they went up to $1.75 for these, and I'm just going to make these go as long as I can make them go. Cutting them into sections, using them as berries instead of like a flower pod. I can add a little bit more on the top, and I can stretch that out and use that at other Halloween projects because I like doing minis. You like minis? I like doing minis. Cute. Sally is precious. So here they are, our lovely couple, Jack and Sally. I'm still working on my lighting situation, so what you see is a reflection from my window over my workspace and where I take my pictures, but bear with me because this will improve. Slowly but surely. There is Jack hanging off my little tree, and then here is Sally bashfully looking up at the love of her life. Look at her. Isn't she sweet? I love this piece too. I hope you enjoyed these two and you like the way that they're displayed, but you can put them on a coffee bar or to your tray if you would like. We're going to start off with a wine bottle. This is a big boy here, and let me tell you, we enjoyed it. Yes, we did. I'm going to take some gloss Mod Podge. You can use a glue stick, whatever it is clear. I've got a variety of raffia, a bunch of different colors, and a piece of plastic. This is just like a covering off of something I had. I'm going to use some of these spider rings from Dollar Tree, paintbrush, and then these I'll try to link for you. They're little pieces of, I guess you would call it cellophane, and I thought doing a stained glass with this rather than using paints might be a cool idea because we're all about options, right? So these are the colors that I have chosen for this project. Always start off with a clean bottle, peel your labels off, put it in the dishwasher, clean it with glass cleaner, Dawn, whatever you use to get every bit of oils and any residue off of your bottle. I've already done this, but I'm just showing you this here so you don't forget. And then go back over and dry it completely. Okay, so here we go. I am going to stack these pieces together, and I'm not going to do them in any particular order. Just gonna stack them. What color is where does not matter at all to me. I'm going to grab some scissors, and we are going to start making almost like a puzzle out of these pieces. Hold the pieces together because you want to be sure that when you put your pieces together, they fit correctly. They won't be perfect. You know, not doing it this way, it's not going to be exactly perfect, but there are ways that we can disguise if we make a boo-boo. All right, so as I cut these, I'm going to lay them back down in the order that I cut them. This is just going to make it easier when I apply it to the bottom. Just keeping it all in line. So a few months ago, Dawn reached out to me, and she is from Shabby Meets Bling, wanted to know if I would participate in this collaboration, and I thought, oh, this is so fun. I have done bottles before on my channel, made them over, and I really enjoy it. I think it's a good way to recycle, and it is so much fun. So if you have bottles, and I'm sure you've got bottles, if you don't drink, that is totally fine. Maybe ask someone that you know if they would be willing to give you a bottle that they might be otherwise recycling, and you can do this yourself. And if you don't want to use the papers like I'm using here, you certainly don't have to. You can use paints for that. But just for this video, we're going to try it this way. Because on my channel, I like to give you lots of options and show you different ways you can do things. So we're going to start off with a little bit of this Mod Podge. Now, I went too heavy-handed. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that. We all learn from our mistakes, right? We learn from our mistakes. And as crafters here on YouTube, we like to tell you when we do something that doesn't work and we do something that does work. So I end up using too much in the long run, but it will dry, okay? It's going to make a little bit of bubbling underneath. It's going to make a little bit of streaking, and you'll have that milkiness until the glue dries. But this will eventually dry clear. It's just going to take a while if you put too much on. All right, so I'm just putting this down. We're starting off our puzzle in the corner because when I do puzzles, I like to start in the corner. I do. I like to do my corners first. And then I'll start moving along. Now, I'm going to just kind of shuffle through the pieces as I go along, the little piles there, so that I don't have two colors beside each other that are exactly the same. I'm using this piece of plastic to sort of smooth it out and press it down. And it will move a little bit. So that is actually a good thing. If you overlap it, it's okay. Just take your finger and slide it. And then you can add your layer on top of it to sort of lock it in place. This is not paper, so you don't have to worry about the same issues that you would if you were trying to Mod Podge paper. It's totally up to you how you handle that in your Mod Podging process. But this is not going to seep through, so it won't give you the same mess maybe that papers would, or the tearing that you might get if you get your papers too wet. If you are new to my channel, if it's your first time seeing me, maybe I would love for you to come and visit my channel and check out all my playlists and videos. I am fully into Halloween right now. Got lots of videos I've already made. I've got lots of videos from the past years. So I would love to have you over there. It is totally free to subscribe. I love to be active in the comment section. Really enjoyed this project, and I cannot wait to see what everybody else has made. I'm going to continue along, adding a little bit of glue and then going over the top. And of course, I've got a mess over here. You know, I've got my little glue boogers. We talk about that on my channel. And I will get that off because I want this to be a smooth appearance. If you don't move quickly enough with Mod Podge as well, I will just tell you that it will start to get sticky. And as you add the wet onto the dry, it will kind of make a little mess. It won't lay flat. It just kind of gets messy. Now, maybe that's just me. I don't know. Perhaps I could have watered down my Mod Podge a little bit. Totally up to you to experiment and see what works best for you. I encourage you to always try things your way. So far, so good. I'm looking at my colors as we go along and decided what I want next to what. And you see, because I keep my little piles together, I can easily pick it up and put it in the right position. Continuing along. Now, before I got the plastic out, I had originally thought I would use like a small foam brush to help lay this down. But I really think the plastic is a better idea. It does help me to move things around and it doesn't stick. It rides smoothly over the top of the Mod Podge and the cellophane, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I know you know what that means. I know that makes sense to you. I'm sure that makes sense. Okay. Needless to say, if you're new here and you're watching my video, I talk a lot. I do a lot of chatting. Not for everybody, but I guarantee you we have a lot of fun. I'm very supportive, and that's how it should be in the crafting community. Keep on adding here. Now, the pack that I got also had red. It had, I think maybe like a hot pink color. There were different colors. If you can tell by the colors that I chose, what I was going for was something that maybe Sally from The Nightmare Before Christmas would have, right? And that's one of those things that's sort of Christmas in July, sort of Halloween, sort of Summerween. You see what I'm saying? Everything kind of blends in together. And I like these colors. I like the combination. I like that I don't have a set pattern for my stained glass. I don't have something complicated where everything is geometric. It's just sort of whimsical. And I like that. And I think that that's how it should be for Halloween. And I think that for like a stained glass look, it's perfect. Once we get back to the original starting place, I'm going to add a little more glue here, and then I'll start it over with the same pattern, the same square that I used before. And in the end, it doesn't fit exactly, but we're going to trim those pieces up to make them fit when we get to the edge of this section. So just, you know, we make it work. We're just going to make it work. And it's easy to do. All you have to do is just trim a little bit, see how much you need, and trim a little bit off. It's totally easy to do. One of the things that I did not tell you about this project in the beginning is that there are often times when I am putting a project together and I don't know exactly what I'm going to need. I have a starting point or a jumping off point, but I don't know exactly what I need until I actually get into the swing of it, you know, and then you can kind of feel your way. You can see what works for you. Now you can see here that I put it in the wrong spot. I got my pieces jumbled up down there, so that's why I'm telling you from experience. If you get your stuff jumbled up, it's gonna take a little more work, but you can slide it around. But if you just keep those pieces together down there on the bottom, you're gonna do much better. I'm going to trim off here. And then, like I said, as I go around, I'm going to continue trimming where I feel like I need to trim. It doesn't really matter if you overlap your colors just a little bit. You don't want to do it a lot because you want it to look like separate pieces of glass. But we're going to draw some lines or put some lines in between, like you see on stained glass. And I think it's soldering that holds the glass together. And we're going to have that on there. So if there's any shading because they're overlapping slightly, then we'll be able to cover that up. We'll be able to kind of erase the little mistake. Just gonna keep on a going with the flow. Okay, so for the top, at first I thought, okay, well, let's go ahead and use this Mod Podge on the rest of it so that the entire bottle has the same type of coverage and it all looks like one piece, right? Or one project instead of a clear, new looking top and then the bottom being all stained glass. And then I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. Let's add a little bit of, not a neck, but a little bit of a decorative edge. So I just took a couple of pieces that I had left, cut a couple of rectangles. They're not even measured. I can't even tell you how big they are, but I just kind of pieced them in and thought, let's go freehand here. Let's just freehand a little bit. So I'm going to add a few pieces in around the top, and it gives it almost like a crown look. I am going to just tap these into place here, and then I can use the plastic again, or the saran wrap, or whatever the name is, plastic wrap, to go over the top for that. And then I have a little gap here, so very simply just going to cut a little piece and add it in. Does not need to be perfect. You could do little squares here, or you just could go without putting anything like this on here. But I liked it going right up the curve toward the neck of the bottle. I thought it looked pretty. So that's just me. That's just me doing my thing. It's that part of crafting where you get in the flow and you just start doing your thing, right? So far, this is how it looks. I'm happy about it. You see here how the bubbles are in here? This is because I went a little too heavy-handed. Now, this will dry. It will dry, but it is going to take some time because it gets no air underneath the plastic, right? That's why I thought maybe like a clear glue stick might would work for this too, but you would have to try it. So now, to mark the lines in between, I have a Sharpie marker and I have a glass marker. I started off with the Sharpie. This bottle is completely dry. I dried it overnight. To keep it from rolling on the table and from being scratched, I just laid it back on a dry towel. And I'm going to put my glasses on and start tracing right in between. Focus on those areas where your pieces might have overlapped or there may be a gap in between the pieces. You can make this line as wide or as thin as you would like. If you wanted to use a dark gray, you could do that. If you're really good and steady-handed, you could do this with a paintbrush. With a very thin or round tip paintbrush would probably work great for this. So I'm going to continue along, and the benefit of a Sharpie is that they don't smear, so you can, put it on there and not worry about it smearing if you accidentally bump it with your hand. I recommend that you don't bump it with your hand just to be on the safe side, but my Sharpie, it croaked. It petered out on me. So I moved on to the glass marker and wish I had started with the glass marker. Application is so much smoother and thicker, and because the tip of the brush is long, or the tip of the pen is long, it just lays on there so nicely. This pen came from Dollar Tree probably a year or two ago, but they may still have them, although I'm sure if I paid $1 for it or $1.25, you're going to pay more for that. But I love this pen. I guess it would be a marker. See the difference that makes? Ah, I love it when a project comes together. It's wonderful. If you want to give it some dimension rather than it being flat, and stained glass does have some dimension, you can use like a slick paint or a puff paint to go in between. I just so happen to have had this, so I thought, let me try it this way. I'll put this on top of it and see what kind of a difference this makes. And I really like it because it does look like those raised area on stained glass. You can see at the bottom of the bottle how it is black. I just used that same glass pen or glass marker to color the bottom where the color met the curve on the bottom. I just made it all black down there. I'm continuing around the curves. I'm working from the bottom and then working toward the top. carefully. If you roll this on your table, you're going to roll your paint off and it's going to make a mess. You got to be super careful with this. But this is how it looks so far, and I love the dimension that gives. Oh, it's so pretty. So it is dried overnight, and check it out. Yes. If you've seen stained glass, actual stained glass, you know that there are bubbles and things like that in it anyway. Lines, bubbles, stuff like that. It is not completely flat and clear. So I'm totally okay with the way this looks. To me, it's a little more authentic. I'm going to grab up some of this raffia that I have that matches. Now, my raffia has come from a variety of places. I have a spool of black that I got a long time ago that I have been using probably every Halloween for years. And then the other ones, some were thrifted. You can find this type of stuff anywhere. And look, if you don't have it, use ribbons, right? Just use some ribbons. Or the little ribbons that you use that you can get from Dollar Tree. It's not ribbon, it's string that you put on balloons. That would work really good here too. And you could even curl those if you wanted. So I tied it in a double knot around the neck, the colors that were complementary to what I already had on the bottle. And I'm going to cut the ring part off of this orange spider ring. I buy these every year, y'all. I love them. I love them in my Halloween crafts. Press that down over the knot. And I guess I could have let spider web on there, couldn't I? The glue web, sure could have. And then I'm going to play around with these. If you want to make a bow, make a bow. I didn't want to do anything fancy like that. So I just cut these in different lengths on both sides to kind of hang down and then kind of floofed them up a little bit so they're not laying completely flat beside the bottle. It takes up a little more space, in other words. And it kind of reminded me of spider's legs, right? Of course, there's way more there than, the 8 spider's legs. But you see what I'm saying, though? I love that. Oh my gosh, I hope y'all love it as much as I do. Okay, so now we need to do something extra special, right? So I'm going to recycle some of these cork lights that I've had forever. You can get cork lights anywhere, y'all. You really can. You could probably get them at Dollar Tree. But I'm going to peel off most of that glue that I had on there and feed this line down into the bottle. Always check your lights first to make sure they work, and I did do that. And when I put it in there and turn it on, it's a good fit. I twist my switch to the back. Look! Oh my gosh! It's Sally's bottle magic. Then I'm going to take that spool of black and I am going to go over the top, just around the top of the cork that's sticking out. Now, if you want to paint this black, you can paint it black. I didn't even paint the bottom of mine where it meets the line. At some point, I may take it out and paint it, but I feel like the beige color just kind of, it blended in a little bit better, that you don't really notice the cork down in the bottle. Okay, so now once that's done, I'm going to wrap it, glue it, making sure I leave my little knob out. I'll use my glass marker, which works perfectly here as well. You can see the tip of it, and I love it. I'm going to color the top and then make sure that none of that brown is showing through this part. Totally optional. And then my spider felt lonely. Do you ever just see one spider? No, we see a family of spiders. Please don't be scared. I know some people on my channel say, ew, I hate spiders. Well, you don't have to do this part, but I think it makes it extra creepy and cute. So I'm going to grab the other colors, except the red, because I didn't use red in here, and I'm a matchy-matchy kind of sometimes when it comes to color. So I'll add a purple, a green, and then I think 2 oranges. 1 orange is at the top, and then I'll add another orange elsewhere. Do not put this directly on your colored papers there because it can melt it. Put it down on top of your puff paint or on a seam and don't move it, because if you try to remove it, you'll probably peel it up or tear it up. Remember, this is not completely dry yet. It's going to take a while for this to cure underneath there. Okay, so here's my second orange one. I'm going to add him down. And this is what the bottle looks like. You can totally wrap the neck in that color if you want to, or in the black. You can wrap all the way down it. You can paint that part so you can't see inside of it. It's really up to you. It's up to your imagination, and just know that you're not doing it wrong. If it's something that brings you joy, it's something that makes you happy and makes you smile, then it is perfect for you and your home, right? I know this is a project that you can do. You are totally capable of crafting. You just got to trust in yourself and your skills and start somewhere. I really hope that you like this bottle. All All right, so I've got some spray paint here. This is espresso. All you really need is a brown. Doesn't matter if it's flat or not. These are the approximate measurements of this. It does have a little bit of damage, which could be fixed, but we're going to go with it. I'm not going to fix those broken corners at all. Always when you get a thrifted piece or, you're using something old, clean it up. I'm just using a stiff brush here to kind of get in all those little crevices because there's so much detail in here that wiping it with a cloth would never be able to remove, any little bits that might have been settled down in those corners. So I find that brushing it does a good job. And this is how it looks. I'm going to give it a spray paint. It's still wet now. It was very humid outside, so I needed to bring it in to allow for it to dry. Look at the paint on my arm. Yeah, where it bumped me. So I'm going to scoot it back over, and then I'm going to use a little bit of heat. I'm going to keep the tool, moving around and not too close to it. You can always just give this a little bit of time to dry. I do want it to be completely dry, putting it in a fan, by a fan, or leaving it outside in the sunshine if it's not too humid would help. All right, so I'm going to use some different chalk paints on here. I put a little bit of this one down, and it's just sort of like a sandy color brown. I'm going to use a stiff brush because I don't have any chippy brushes still. And this one is rough, and the hairs on the brush are like a natural bristle, and they're a little bit stiffer. They're not soft. So I'm using this to go back over and do some highlighting. I'm going to go all along the sides. I'm going to go up and down on the boards. I'm going to get the sides. I'm going to get the roof line where it overhangs. Flick it up there on that. All around the opening of this window. And the window has a bottom. It's not like empty all, like open all the way down to the bottom. Not going to be a problem. I'm going to show you how you can work with that if you want to put anything on the inside. So you can see how just adding that paint on there makes a difference. Okay, and now I'm going to use a darker color paint to go back over any of the places I was a little too heavy-handed. You need to be sure that your paint is dry before you do this though. Don't try to do it on top of paint that is wet, or it's just going to be muddy. They're going to blend instead of like almost erasing or covering it up. But you can see the difference now on how it looked before. I could have left it the color that it was before, except for the damage that was on it. And for it being Halloween, I wanted to make it much darker. Instead of just looking like a rustic piece, I wanted it to be more of a Halloween piece. So I'm going in that I think I'm using like a dark brown here, that espresso again. I think that's what I'm using. And I'm going to go all the way over the inside with this. Now you may be asking, why didn't you just use the espresso paint in the first place instead of spray painting it? Well, because spray paint can get into all of those little cracks and nooks and crannies, and I don't have to take as much time to use a brush to get in all those areas. So it just makes it a little bit quicker. I've got this where it's more recessed. We've got the areas that are lighter, and now I've got the whole entire inside that nice and dark. And this is what it's going to look like so far. It's a resin, I guess you could say. It's something like that. It's definitely not wood, but it's meant to look wood. And if I had to guess, I would say that this piece is somewhere from maybe the 70s or 80s. There are no markings on it. If you are liking what we're doing so far on this channel, I would love it if you would subscribe. And in return, I'm going to bring you unique projects that are a little bit different than what maybe everybody else is putting out, and that can make you feel confident in your crafting journey, because I'm always going to be encouraging you. All right, so I just went ahead and used brown on the bottom. I'm going to be using the green on top, but I want to show you that if you choose to do that to make it look dirty, you can definitely do that. If you wanted to make like sand on the bottom, you could do that. But you know me and how I love my moss. So I'm going to add this green, I think this was Spanish moss, and I'm going to put this on the top. It is not necessary to do a solid color here because the moss that I'm using is like it's my leftover moss. It's the little bag where I put all the little pieces that fall out when I'm doing my other projects. You know the mess that gets on the table? Well, I scoop all that up and save it, and I'll show you that in a minute. So I'm going to do the bottom here in the green as well, so that we can put moss on the top of the house and we can put moss on the bottom of the house. But if you have a little thrifted piece that you want to try and you don't want to do moss, use whatever you like. You can use little craft sticks and cut them into pieces and make shingles on the top, and that would be really, really cute too. I'm using ink black to go over the tire. There's like a junk pile on the side here, so I'm just putting that black right there. Once that's dry, I'm going to use my Titebond Quick and Thick. I use it because it is quick and thick. It really does what it says. And I'm going to use my moss here to push down into that Titebond to give us the bottom. So I'm just going to take a little bit of that and put it down into a bowl. This is a little dish that I got in a multi-pack at Dollar Tree, I think. And I started off by brushing it on, but then I thought, no, to give it more texture, we should probably kind of pounce this up and down a little bit. Make it a little bit more rough so that it gives the moss something to cling to. So that's what I am going to switch this to. I'm just going to kind of pounce up and down all over to give it full coverage where I plan on putting that moss. And that's going to be on the bottom right there. I won't go all the way around the bottom sides, but I'm going to get kind of tired. And I covered my surface, but I'm so messy when I craft that I still got a mess everywhere, but that's okay. So I'm just going to take a little bit of it in my fingers and kind of push down into that glue. Press, 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 press. Then I'll tap a little bit off. Any areas that need a little extra, I'll take it and push it down into those areas. If you need to add more glue on your surface, you can. Every time I think about using Titebond, it just reminds me of Elmer's school paste. Can you still even get that? I don't know if you can even get that anymore. I used to love the way it smelled. Yeah. Oh, good times. Okay, so same process here. I'm just going to put that on there and smear it around and kind of leave some texture when I put it down, not leaving it smooth. I'm going to take little pinches of this and press it down with my fingers and then press it with my hand, squish it all down, tap off what we don't need. And that's when it comes in handy that we have that green underneath, because you can't see any spots that are not blended. We're going to do the same thing on the other side, or so the other peak of the house, or the other, well, the other side, not the peak. But you do want to cover the peak as well. And then, you know, if you wanted to, on top of here, when you put your moss on, you could do mushrooms, you could do all kinds of stuff. Don't be discouraged if you don't have one like this. Use the same type of idea for an old dollhouse or a little dollhouse that maybe you could get from Dollar Tree in the toys. So we're going to use some of these little skeletons. I'm showing you 2, but we're going to use 3. I've got my paint and a paintbrush. So just pretend we have 3 of these little dudes down here. These came off of something that I got from Dollar Tree. It was like a garland that had them on there, and they were kind of tied around the neck and hung off of there. And I just cut them off because the value is wonderful, right? It's a good value when you can get a bunch of things and then use them for another purpose. So I'm dirtying these up. They're already like an off-white or a light tan color, but I really want these to look more aged and more grungy, because what we have going on over there in that little house is kind of grungy, right? So I want to do the same thing here. I decided not to use antiquing wax on these because it takes a whole lot longer to dry, plus you're putting it on plastic, which it could smear, and then when you get ready to glue something that has wax on it, it generally will not stick as well. So using this chalk paint, it's going to dry quickly. You can still get a good coverage, and I can use glue without any problem. So I just kind of darkened up around the face a little bit. I'm making sure that I get in the rib cage, that I get between the bones, so that everything is covered. And this is what they're going to look like. Be sure you get their feet too. And we are going to start putting this cute little trio in here. Okay, y'all. This is where it gets, this is not for the squeamish. It's not for the weak. I'm going to use my little side cutters here, and we're going to start removing some of the bones so we can reconstruct these figures in the way we want to do it. I have been told that you can dip them in boiling water, but that would mess my paint up. I have been told also that you can use your heat gun to bend these. I'm just going to do it my way, and I encourage you to try different ways if that's something that you would like to do. But on this project, we're going to do it this way because this is a way that I feel like most people can do it. I want it to look like he is standing on the inside, so there's a little door, as you can see here, like a half door, and that would be covering up his bottom half. So it really looks like he is standing in there. And the reason that I removed his arms is because I want to put them where he's comfortably sitting on the inside. So if you remove it at the elbow, you can go in with a little hot glue and put it back together. If you want to use super glue, E6000, anything like that, or any combination, you can certainly do that. But for the purpose of this video and time, I am going to be using my Gorilla Hot Glue to make my pieces go together. I love being able to do this. I have done a little witch before, and she turned out so stinking cute. And they're really fun to do. You can just do so many things with a basic piece. So he's just chilling out. He's on the inside in the shade, just chilling, watching, checking things out. Then I'm going to take the next little guy and sit him on this pile of wood. It's just like a wood pile, and it's stacked on top of this tire, this spare tire that's down here. I want to get him in a position where he's kind of cheeky. We're going to say that. He's kind of cheeky. We're going to make him look like he's just relaxed. He's just sitting down and he's getting himself comfortable. I mean, they're in the country, they're in the woods, right? I'm going to add a little bit of glue just behind the areas that are going to touch the surface. So behind his skull, behind his pelvis, maybe in the shoulder blade area where he can touch and make good contact. Again, use whatever glue you want to use. I'm going to make this leg where his knee is bent and his foot is down. So I'm just going to glue that foot down and then attach the knee back together. I edit out a lot of the time that it takes where I sit here and hold these pieces together just because nobody wants to watch me waste their time holding things in place. So just take your time and hold that until that glue can set up. This I thought would be really cute if he was waving or had his arm up. Maybe he's talking with his hands. I know I do that. So look how cute that is. He is so chilling on the side of the house there. Happy, happy as he can be. And so here's the third guy, and I thought, well, let's have him just sit on the edge. We're going to take his arms apart at the elbow. Oh my gosh, y'all, this sounds so gory. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. We're going to also take off the bottoms of his legs. I could have left that one leg that I pulled off. It was part way on there. I could have left it on there for additional security, but I wasn't thinking about it. If you cut one side, you can bend it and make it stay. More power to you. Okay, so now that I've removed his parts, now I'm going to grab up the glue and get him positioned where I like him. And I did fool with his head a little bit to figure out, did I want him looking off to the side? Did I want him in the front? Looking to the front. See, it didn't dry good. I didn't hold it long enough, so it started to slide. And I did put some glue down in the pelvic area because it will grab to the pelvic area and down to the moss that is underneath. We're going to put his legs hanging over the edge. He's just dangling. He's just dangling there. This is a hanging piece, so if you wanted to hang it up, and you could have his little legs dangling. If you want to sit on the edge of a shelf, then he could still have his legs dangling. That would be really cute because it will stand up on its own the way we positioned it. But keep in mind, you need to position anything that overhangs in a way that it will still sit up like it should sit up, freely and without breaking any of the pieces that you took so much time to work on. So here's another one of those little bells that I got. These are from Temu. I got a pack of these. If you're interested in the link, let me know and I'll add it for you. I'm adding on some paint, and then I'm just squeezing and not rubbing it off, but squeezing it to get the excess off to make it look like it is rusted. I'll add some glue here and put this in his lap, because we want to make this look like he is hanging on to this pumpkin. He's just hanging on. They're just waiting for the trick-or-treaters to come. And then we can put their arms back. We can put his arms back on. These arms, the hands do have like a thumb. So be sure you don't put your arms on backwards. I mean, unless you like that. If you're just into that, then go ahead and put them on backwards. But do make note of that if that is something that would bother you when you found it later or somebody was to point it out to you. Like people love to do, right? They like to point out when we do things wrong. So silly. Such a waste of time, right? Look at this. This is already super, super cute. I think it's adorable, but you know me. I'm going to be adding more, of course. I'm just going to go back in and sort of dry brush with a real light, fluffy brush over any areas that might have got scratched while I was moving things around, or that maybe I noticed hadn't been taken care of before. With a little bit of ink black, I go in each of the eye sockets and around the mouth just to give it an additional bit of detail, and then using a dry wipe, I'm just kind of wiping it back so it just stays in the recessed area. These are some picks that I have that are black, and I thought they would make good little trees on here. If you recall in the beginning, there's a hole in the side back behind where that skeleton is sitting. So I'm going to use that to help keep this stable. And I'm going to push that stem down in there. I just trimmed it a little bit to get it the right height. And then I can trim off any pieces that are in the way or to change the shape of the tree itself. I like that their branches kind of go behind because this is going to give me an area where I can actually glue this down and secure it in place. Just a little glue and a little bit of that paper is going to hold everything in place the way that it should securely stay in place. And then we'll start working on the other side, and you just pretty much do the same thing. Now, for me, I decided to, since these little trees are like poppies, they're like the same thing. If you turn them around, then the other side gives you a different profile, if you understand what I'm saying by that. Plus, you can cut off little bits and pieces of this and make your own shape. So that's what I did on this side so that it didn't look exactly the same on both sides. I'm going to place this down with the thicker part on the bottom. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but you get the idea. And then any places where it might actually touch the back or the side, I add a little bit of glue there to help hold it in place. And see, now it looks like two different types of trees. Plus, you've got all those little bits and pieces down there that you can continue to use and fill your trees out, because the trees are flat and you can give it dimension by gluing to the front. So far, so good. And again, like I say all the time, be sure that you check it from all directions so that you know everything is covered and looking like you want it to look. I'll take a couple of pieces and make these branches come outward in the front. We won't do it in the back because if you're going to put it against the wall, then you don't need anything sticking out in the back. We want it to remain flat. I'm taking one of the branches that I cut off there and just put it in the front, right at the corner between those two little dudes. And then I'm just going to lay a stick down there, right there on the ground. I mean, sticks fall off trees all the time. I just picked up a bunch of pine limbs out of my yard, so I know it happens. And this is what this one is going to look like. I am overall very pleased with myself and this piece. There were so many different things that could have been done with this project, with this little piece of decor that Trish sent to me. I'm happy with it. I think it is really cute. I think there's a story there. I think you could definitely have some type of a little, a conversation piece. It's just really interesting to me. And I hope that you like it as much as I do, because I had a lot of fun making it. I'm hoping that in your mind right now, you're getting ideas of what you can use to make something like this, what you can use, maybe flipping old doll houses and bird houses and pieces like that, so that you can make something of your own that's going to bring you some joy. We're going to use some antiquing wax, of course. We've got some ink black chalk paint, Mod Podge, and matte. I also have a glue stick that's optional. And we're going to use the wood rounds that come from Dollar Tree. Here's that information for you. And this is the approximate measurement in case you have something you want to use that you already have. Now, I ordered this little cling from Temu. It's like a window cling. It's like a static cling, I decided what I wanted to do is remove the tags and go over with white first. I didn't originally show that because I wasn't going to do that, but since this is not going to be in a window where you can see the light shining through it, I thought that getting this background as electric white as possible would really make that black and the darker colors just kind of pop on there. So that's what I'm doing, just my choice. And then I'll be sure that that is dried completely before we go to the next step. And we wash our hands and all that. You don't want to get this white paint all over your other things. Mine, of course, have dried. They're always dried with paint all over them, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Now I'm just going to attach this down with some Mod Podge. I've done this before many times. I've always had good luck with it. This is just a big wide brush, soft brush. I'm going to use this to take that and spread that out in I would say a thin layer all over this round. If it starts getting tacky or drying, don't worry about it because this is going to work. It's still going to work. I am going to just kind of look with my eyes and pull this into place. And you can see that it's stretched, it's a little bit stretchy, just like the window cleans, that you get at Dollar Tree. So if you want to use something like that along the lines of this, then you can certainly do that. I'm just going to press that a little bit with my fingers. Like I said, it's like a vinyl, so it's got a little bit of stretch in it, and you can easily push it and pull it around to get it into place. Peel it up, put it back down. Until the Mod Podge is dry, you're going to pretty much be able to have the freedom of bumping that around. So I'm going to use my fingers to press it in place, and then I'll just use some type of a squeegee, or you can use an old credit card or, your driver's license, and kind of pull from the center outward, almost like in a, pie shape, pull from the end outward, in, outward, in, outward, all the way around until the bubbles, wrinkles, and what have you have all disappeared. I love the look of that, and I'm glad I painted it white in the background because it really did make a difference with the lighter areas on there. Makes it look like it's glowing a little bit more. More of like a Kincaid-esque look. Now I'll use the same Mod Podge to seal around the edges to make sure that this stays in place. And I am going around that ring. There's like you can see the ring of colors where it would be glass. Try to make it fairly even, and then just take a wet baby wipe and go right around the inside to clean that up where I don't want to have it matte, because I do want it still to be shiny. But if you want to cover the entire thing to make this look all with the same finish, then you could do matte all the way over the top. Or if you want the entire thing to be glossy, then you could just use gloss and go over the top. You know, that's up to you. We have a lot of wiggle room when it comes to crafting, right? As long as we just make it our own, and it doesn't really matter how we do it, specifically what things we use. We can find lots of choices and options. So once the glue has dried, I'm going to take my black paint, and I'm just using a foam brush here. You certainly don't have to. You can use whatever type of brush you would like. But I want to fill in the gap now that's between the edge of the vinyl and the edge of that round. And you can just pump it up and down. Sort of what I wanted to give it is just I didn't want the lines from the paint to show up. I wanted it to be a little bit textured looking, and using the sponge and the fact that it is a chalk paint, which is a little bit thicker, and you can get little little raised areas in there that make it look like a different texture. And you can see that by looking at it. You don't have any lines from brush strokes in a paintbrush when you do it like this. And that's just a little pouncer, like a stencil pouncer, if you're curious to what that might be. We have reached the channel goal of 100,000 subscribers, and I am over that now. And beyond that, I won't say I'm over it because I'm still kind of in shock. I knew it was coming. I'm not trying to be boastful. I knew it was coming eventually, but until you see it yourself, you just, I don't know. But yeah, all of you who watch and comment, you all make a difference. And look what you did on my channel. I'm telling you. I'm using a bath sponge that I got from Dollar Tree, and this is the same one I've been using forever. I just cut it and tear it into chunks and pieces so there's no like sharp lines on it. And then I'll use it in my espresso, just a metallic color, because I want this to look like a sort of like a bronze area on the side, like a very old bronzed, wore down metal piece. So to do that, I'm just dipping into that paint lightly, and I'm moving my fingers back and forth, my wrist back and forth, so I don't have a set pattern that forms from bouncing it up and down in the same way and having little lines and all that in it. Just twist your hand, twist your fingers, use different parts of the sponge, and then you can let it dry in between and build it up as you like. And that's how I like it. Then go over and then overlap onto the edge where it is glued down. It really gives it a nice look. Okay, and so this is a piece of chain that I had from something else that I saved, and I decided to give it that same bronze look. It already had like a dark pewter look, so I wanted to make it look a little bit older, but also make it look like it blends in with what we already have going. And the idea of using the chain instead of a string, I like that option. It's a little bit different. So if you've got an old broken necklace or some old chains off of pieces that you don't use, perhaps you could use something like that in your crafting. So make it your own. Y'all, I did change the channel name slightly. My business is under Making It My Own, but I went ahead and changed it from DIY because it sounded kind of weird to Creations. So it is Making It My Own Creations. I think that suits the channel a little bit better because I do a little bit of everything over here, don't I? We do wreaths and painting and finishes and flips and Dollar Tree things, and it seemed to make a little more sense to call them creations. We do everything a little different, just a little bit of everything, right? Over here on this channel, of course. But this is just how I chose to hang it. Pushed it through the front, used a little hot glue and a little paper to make a little band-aid over it. And there we have it. And if I hadn't put that white behind there, you would not have all of the vibrancy in that color like we do now. And I really like it. So I hope that you do too. And this is what it looks like when it is displayed. And I just have it on a wreath hanger so I can show you what it looks like. If you like this project, I hope that you stick around and you give me a thumbs up so I can continue to bring you the unusual. Something a little bit different, a little bit outside of the box. Over here on Making It My Own Creations. This is easy. So here's a little planner that I've already used. I probably thrifted it. little gift bag that needs to be the right size to fit the little pot in, and is actually the perfect size. You can always get a bag and cut it down if you want. Fits perfectly. Got a little gap there in the top. Here is a little raven that you could probably get these little crows and ravens at Dollar Tree. This is a Dollar Tree pick. It's got little curls, little curls, but you can move them. They're repositionable, which makes them great because you can adjust the height. Then I've got some black branches. These came from Dollar Tree last year or the year before. And then the other ones came from Temu. And you could always take whatever color branch that you have and spray paint it. And you can also use something out of the yard that is clean and dried and bug-free and spray paint it and seal it. So what we're going to do is just begin to create an arrangement down in this little bag. I love it. It looks like it is exploding out of here, and it is just too cute. Too cool for school, y'all. Too cool for school. So I'm going to add a little one in the back. And the two longer pieces are cut to different lengths. Gives you a little variety. Everything's not at the same level. You know, it causes your eye to have to dance around and move around, and it causes interest in your brain and makes you want to keep looking at it, right? So that's the idea. We don't want it to be plain. We want it to be a little something unpredictable and a little different. Like my crazy little curly thing that's in the front. And on the bottom of this little particular bird, he has wires, and that's going to make it perfect to attach him down to the branch. And of course, he's not perfect. I mean, his beak is coming apart. He's styrofoam. He's very cheaply made. But I had him, and I wanted to use him. You can always correct those things by using a little bit of paint. If you can see your foam, use some black paint and cover it up. Lots of things can be easily fixed. So don't overlook something on a clearance aisle because you think that, you know, it's got a scratch or two on it. Just think of how you could flip it and make it do something of your own. You really like. All right, so I keep showing you the shape and what it looks like when you move it around, because it's important when you're doing your arrangements that everything looks balanced and that nothing's falling over. So I'm working from this angle so I know that it is balanced. And this would be the same as if you were looking down on your project. This is what you would be seeing. And then I'll take it and move things around and lay things down where it needs to be so you can get a good perspective of what's going on overall in the piece. Now these are very, very tough wire, so I had to like bite down on them with my tool there and just wiggle, wiggle, wiggle back and forth until I could get it loose. I think I have some of those tools in my Amazon store, which is linked below. If you're interested in some of those, I use them almost every day when I make projects, so well worth whatever I paid for them. This came off of a Dollar Tree piece that I saved. I think it was one of those little hanging signs with several different pieces that said maybe like witch or haunted house or something, and these were hanging down with ribbons. But I didn't use them. I took the pieces apart to use them separately, and now I want to show you how you can actually use those pieces that you share, that you save. And I'm just going to go around it with a little bit of black paint on a foam brush, all the way around the edges, and then slightly overlap it onto the front to really kind of seal that old, crusty, dusty look. I'll use a pick from something else and a little bit of this black duct tape. You can use glue. This was just here and available, and so I thought it would work. And of course it did. Very easy to do, but you don't have to wait on the glue to dry. I'm going to take some batting from my old pillow, and I thought it would be really cool and look like fog and like a graveyard, like a haunted cemetery or something. So I just poured this and stripped it, pulled it into little shreds and pieces so it would look very thin and wispy. You can do this, maybe get a package of cotton balls from Dollar Tree and just pull them apart. Just pull them like you see me doing with my fingers. And tuck those in all the way around. This is going to cover the pot. It's going to give us a beautiful misty base for the bottom of it, which looks to me very gothic and very poish. Continue tucking it around. We're moving it to the back. And also this can be used to help support your pieces, to help hold the sides of that bag out. You could use paper shreds in here if you wanted, or moss if you would choose, if you prefer that look. Always want to show you what different options you can make. Look at that. I think that's pretty cute, and it's a pretty quick piece. Now, obviously, if you're going to do this to make it more permanent, you're going to want to dip it in a little bit of hot glue, each of your stems, before you put them down into your foam or your base so that they stay. But use cool temp glue if you're going to do that, because we're going to be dipping it into foam, right? And we don't want to melt it. Look at the kitty. Oh, it's a Monday morning. We know how she feels. I've got some E6000 here. Of course, we'll use hot glue. A piece of foam that I'm recycling once again. This little frame from Dollar Tree. Looks like a coaster, doesn't it? I'm going to use black paint. We won't use that one, though. This is a little candelabra or candle holder from Dollar Tree. This was a thrift find. It was dented and I pulled it and fixed it. These are little picks. You can use whatever colors you like. I wanted to use the black and the purple for this arrangement. Now just take whatever black you want. I did change that to a different black because that spray paint, love the spray paint, love the coverage, but it is definitely slate and not black. Okay, so I'm going to cut off each of these. If you recognize the tags, you can clearly see that these were once from the Target Bullseye Playground, I guess. Take all those apart. I'm going to take my base and the top, and I am going to glue them together with the E6000 and the hot glue to make sure it doesn't come apart. And then I'll spray it and let it dry. Once it's dried, I'm going to add that tight bond to the top and a little bit of hot glue. Tight bond's going to hold it there for a very long time, and it's not going to melt the foam, which is also great. I'll go ahead and use the hot glue here so I can continue the project and show you what we're doing at a good pace. That's what it's going to look like. And the important thing is that you can set this right on top. It's going to be perfect right there. I'm going to use the black here and go around the entire piece of that foam with the black. I don't want to be able to see any of the green necessarily through there. So we're going to go around here and get this all colored. If you have black foam, great. If you've got something you can wrap around your foam that you can still, that would not impede you piercing the stems into there, then you can certainly do that as well. But I think this gives it, kind of makes it recess, and that's the idea of it. You can always, tuck moss around the edges on the bottom too if you want it. Again, it's really no right or wrong. It's totally up to you. I'm going to go around here, right where the little bars cross the bottom of that trim work, and add some of this 6000, and then find the right place to put it to make sure that it is balanced. I look above it and around it, and I actually do hold it there for a minute, and then when I know that it's balanced exactly where it should be, I'm just adding a bead of hot glue all the way around the edge like you would caulking a bathtub, all the way around the edge. And this is going to help hold that into place while the super glue has a chance to catch and dry and make that permanent. Keep moving on to the next part of the project. We want to be efficient, we want to keep moving, and we don't want to get sidetracked. Believe me, I do it a lot. So now we're straightening out the leaves. You've seen me do this before. If they're wrinkled, if they are bent, it's very easy to just use a blow dryer or heat tool to fix it. Then I'm going to go around and trim down any pieces that I need trimmed. And we're going to work this arrangement from the outside going inward. So make sure your paint and everything is dry in there. And it's going to be sticking out onto the outside of the arrangement, which I absolutely love. It's just bursting at the seams with purple eucalyptus. It's very magical and different, I think. But also very pretty for those who enjoy like a gothic style and who like the purple and the black together. If you like Edgar Allan Poe and that theme, we've got the raven up here on this bird cage, which I love. And I think I'm going to show you in a minute too. Those little wings are repositionable. So he can actually be made to look like he's in flight or perched or however you want to do. You could change it up during the daytime if you wanted to. Now I'm just placing these in. I generally start off making like a 4 or a north, south, east, west situation. So that's the same thing I've done here. And then I'll go in between those places and add a different type of greenery. This is, I'm not sure where I got this pick from, just to be honest with you, that I've cut into pieces, but it's a purplish black, and it is so complementary to the colors that are already in there that I thought it would be a really nice place to use it. And it's a little bit shiny, so it almost looks like it's magical. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm going to continue along, and we're going to do this at different levels because we don't want them all to be standing straight up. We want to be sure that we fill out the bottom part so that it is nice and full as well. And getting those down at a lower angle and a shorter height is going to give us the look that I was going for. And then I have some of these little black eucalyptus pieces. These came, I think, from Temu in like a big bunch, and I've been using them for, I don't know, two years probably, on and off. Plus, when I get done with projects, I take them apart and reuse the pieces. So I've really not had to buy a lot of new things. And I'm hoping that with you seeing that and hearing me say that you're encouraged to kind of look at things that you already have and think of ways that you could change those up so it'll fit your current decor and your current likes for your home. And y'all never underestimate a can of spray paint. You can do a lot of things with spray paint. So I am continuing along here, and I'm going to continue to twist it back and forth, make sure that I have a nice even arrangement, and I'll add in any extras. Put your scrap pile out, you know, go crazy with this. If you don't want to do purple and black like this, then you can definitely, you see how the little wings are on like springs? And you can look at it. He can just tuck in there. You can look at it. He's about to take off. Yes, I need to go back over that green in the front and cover that up. You can also put something in that little doorway if you want to make that look, or the little opening there to make that look extra cute. It'd be really nice if I had another bird to put there. I would love that. So here we are with this piece, and that is like a gloss black that I sprayed it with, Rust-Oleum gloss black. And this is how this one is going to look. Very cute, and it is currently in my bedroom. Yes, I'm decorating it. I'm using it to decorate in my bedroom right now. All right, I've got a little round brush here that's kind of chippy. I've got my antiquing wax, a little frame I've used before. I'm going to use it again. It's just resin, has no backing. You can use string or ribbon. I have a banner card from a couple of years ago. I've done projects with these cards, and I love them. I should probably make y'all a compilation video with these. There's the measurements, and we're going to decide how much we want on here. Y'all, this is such an easy one. This is so easy. If you don't have these banner pieces, go get a card for 50 cents or however much they are at Dollar Tree now. Get a card that you really like. Rift a picture frame. Get an old frame you already have that needs a new look, and do this project. This is so easy, and it turned out so nice. I just traced on the inside of it, making sure that I left enough there that I can use it as a backing and it won't fall through the frame. So I kind of angled my pencil, and now I'm cutting on the outside of that line because I do want that to be its own backing, and we won't have to add anything else to it. All right, and I'm going to lay it on kind of thick for this. It's a very brassy look that it already has, and you know, I like it. I'm here for it, but I really, really want to make this look old and crusty, so I'm covering the entire thing, all the cracks, all that. I will be wiping back the section on the inside, that lip, because we're going to do something a little bit different there. And I'm just using a baby wipe for this. I just use water wipes, and I get them from Amazon, and they work really well for craft cleanups, you know, your hands, your table, and stuff like that. I'm going to add a little bit of heat to this just to help it dry down a little bit. I didn't want it to immediately be wiped back off. And then I just have a cotton cloth that I'm going over here. I've shredded into pieces, and I'm using this to wipe back anything additional on here that we don't need. So the wax is going to stay down in the low spots, and all of the areas on top are going to be a lovely, richer color, as you can see here. And again, wiping it out, getting that wax out for sure, because we're going to be using something on the inside of that. This is my glass marker. It is black, and I'm going to use that to trim out the inside of it in the beautiful black. And any place you have wax, it might not stick, so just be sure you get that off as best as can. Then I'll take the same brush, I didn't even add any more to it, and I'm going to sort of go around the edges of this, around the edge and off onto the rag. You can see I'm almost painting a circle around it, just so that I can give it that crusty look, that antique look around the edges. Much better. You can leave this part out, but I have to tell you, it does make a difference. It really does. It's subtle. You can't quite put your finger on it, but I'm telling you, those little things really make a difference in your work. So now that I know this fits in here great, that's why we cut it a little bit larger. I'm going to use my glue gun and just run a bead all the way around to hold this in place. You can paint this black. You can put a backing on there if you want to. Mine won't be seen, so it's not going to matter. This is some old ribbon that I found at the thrift store years ago. I'm trying to preserve all my pieces from my wonderful thrift store, since I don't live anywhere in that area anymore. I'll use just a stem from some greenery that I had to push this through the two little holes that are in the frame. You can see it better from the back. I'm going to push them in from the back, and then I can even up the ends, tie this into a knot, tie this into a bow. And if you have a frame similar to this and you don't like the look of that, then you certainly don't have to do that at all. Very simple little bow. I'll just tie it, I'll flip it around, adjust it, and then trim those tails down. Okay, and then we're going to do the same with the top, but this time we're going to go from the front in right into that little hole, and we're going to make a hanger. That's what this part is going to be. It could be left just as a decorative look on the top if you wanted to, but we want to make it functional. So making this as a hanger so that it can be used as a charm or as an ornament off of your Halloween tree or your Christmas tree if you're into Gothmas. Of course, we'll be doing vintage and those things too. And now I have a little hanger for the top. Just going to fix that with my fingers so it's nice and flat and not wrinkled in the front. And it's a very simple little piece, but so pretty and so regal. I think that he's just so handsome with his little crow friend. And this is how this piece is going to look. I certainly hope you like it as much as me. I've just got this hanging off of a wine bottle just to show you how easy it is to use. We have a little Dollar Tree skeleton. I think y'all have seen this little skeleton coffin before. I'm going to use some oil rub bronze paint. It's almost black with like a metallic sort of finish in it. Very pretty color. And then I've chosen 2 different types of metallics, but I'm going to go with the espresso. Depends on whether you like the silvers or the warmer colors, but here's the brush I'll be using. And I'm going to start by carefully just removing the plastic that holds the box together. So we have a top and a bottom, and this is sort of an iridescent color. Really pretty, but still kind of screaming cheap to me, and I want to make it look a little more rich. So I'm going to take these outside, and I'm going to spray paint the inside, outside, tops and bottoms, and let those dry thoroughly. This is the finish that you get when it is dry. Love the color. It's not quite as flat as black. Oh, it looks like I actually did use the silver on this one. Excuse me, y'all, I used the silver on this one. I'm going to add a little bit that down on the paper and grab my brush. And it takes a very small amount to do this technique. What I'm doing is pushing this, pouncing it up and down into there to press that paint up into the bristles. Just keep on doing it till it moves it way up in there. And this is going to give a very pure and light finish for the technique that we're using. I want to use this to bring out the highlights. So I'm going to use the side of the brush here and just lightly go back and forth. I do this very lightly to begin with, and I'd like to build it up to a consistency that I feel like is right for me. And, you know, of course, you know, what I always say is to make it your own. So I make it my own, and I want you to make it your own. You can use any color you want here. If you want to use a white or a beige, or if you want to do the coffin in a different color, you could totally do that. I'm going to go around the edges, make sure I hit all of the corners because it will stay there. And to me, this just gives it more of a gothic look. My words today, where are they? Where art thou words? So I'm going to make sure that I go over the edges and all around with this metallic. It's like a sterling silver. And then I can add a little bit more. I just kind of pouncing that on, and I'm not using a lot of paint here at all. If you get too much and it bothers you in one spot, like over there by his leg, you can always go back over that with a little bit of paint once it is dried. So you can use any decorative paper you want. You can use fabric, or you can use a napkin. Here is a napkin that I thrifted, so I have no idea where these came from. Not one clue, but I do have more of these, so I'll be doing more projects. And the beauty in this piece is because of it's like a dinner napkin, there's enough sections in here to make 6 of these. So I'm going to choose which printed section that I like the best for the inside of this coffin, and then I'll just cut that out. I'm going to gently fold up the rest of it and set it aside for future projects. Of course, waste not, want not. And it's going to work great in here. You can determine your top or your bottom. And then I'm going to add just a glue stick. And I happen to have the same watermelon Elmer's glue stick because that's what I had. I had to go to my daughter's room. I do not know where my white glue sticks are. I think I might have misplaced them in my move. So I am using what I have, and I want you to use what you have too. I'm using the glue stick because it is thin. And if you use something like a glue or a Mod Podge, it might actually cause you to have rips and tears. It's just too loose of an adhesive to use on this type of project. So we are sort of doing a decoupage, but we're going to do it with the glue. I'm going around here with a marker so that I can see where the edges need to be. And then once I get my scissors, I'm going to cut inside of that line, a whole blade's thickness inside of the line. By doing it this way, I should have roughly the exact amount of that napkin print to fit perfectly down on the inside. And don't worry, while you're cutting this out, you have time. Those glue sticks take a little bit before they dry completely, so you still have a little bit of time for them to get tacky. And go all the way around gently. Be sure you have sharp scissors so that you don't tear this. These plied, when you have one ply of these napkins, they're very delicate. Look at that. Ooh, I love that. And I love that on the inside of that box. Now, if you wanted something to be really bright underneath a white napkin, then you could paint the bottom white. But that's not what I'm going for. What I am going for is a worn, again, Gothic look. Tap, tap, tap all the way down in here, all the way around the edges with my finger, gently, gently. I don't want to drag and mess anything up. So I'm just kind of tapping it into place. And I'm very happy with the look of that. That's going to be the bottom of our little box. Cute. So we're going to use the same sort of technique on this bottom because we want our tops and bottoms to match. What in the world, y'all? I'm going to tap, 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 tap until I get it up into that brush. And then with the side of the brush, the side of those bristles, I'm just going to brush on my edges and around the top edges all the way around. Be sure that if you are using spray paint, that you let your spray paint dry as recommended on the can, because if you don't, it's going to be sticky, and when you lay it down, it's going to stick to your surface, and you'll have to paint and do touch-ups. Ask me how I know. Okay, so just continuing along, get the look that you like very easily. Let that dry thoroughly before you try to close it or whatever else. And here it is, dried, top and bottom, nice. And there it is as a decorative piece. Or you could hide candy in here, or you could put some treats in here for the kids, totally up to you. I thought maybe some of these little spider rings would be cute to put in here, just sort of to display. And then the top fits on. Kids come by, they can just pick a treat out of there. Here's what it looks like assembled, all in place. If you just wanted to use it, you could glue the top onto the bottom and make it one piece that doesn't open and use it in your decor for everyday decor or for Halloween. And this is what it looks like once again when it is open. All right, y'all seen this one? I bought mine last year. It is white. Hopefully you can get them white this year, but I have seen these in gray, which I don't get, but okay. I guess it's a concrete look. It does light up and make noise, but I'm not going to use that feature. I'm going to use some antiquing wax, a brush that's going to get in the nooks and crannies. Oh, look, spin the paintbrush. Then I'll use some quick and thick. I'm going to fill in that hole in the front. And there's also a hole in the back of the head. I think the one in the front is where the sensor is. So you can have it laugh and light up and scream or whatever it is these little things do. I'm not a fan of that. If you are, that's totally fine, and you could still use your piece with those intact. Just don't fill the holes in if that's the case. Give it some time for that to dry, of course, but you want to get a damp cloth, or I just like to use they're like water wipes, to clean up any residue, because once you put antiquing wax over that residue, you'll be able to see streaks, and you don't want to do that. So I'm grabbing this old brush with these tight bristles and protecting my surface with the other part of that napkin that I took apart. I'm going to tap into there. It does not take a whole lot for this. Press it up into the bristles, like I said. And then I'm going to put this all over. I'm especially going to focus around the orbits of the eyes, the nose, the teeth, and then where the heads stack upon one another. This is going to give us some shading. Now, you're going to think, what in the world is she doing? The intention is not to make these look like they are brown. You will see in the end. I get a lot of comments. People don't watch all the way through and they start to comment and then they go back and correct it themselves and say, oh, I see where you're going. So just, go along with the process here until we get to where our final destination is going to be, right? I'm going to go all over this thing. I want this to look a little grungy. I like the look of it. I think that it looks more gothic. I think that it looks better in my decor. I like the age things. You know this about me, right? With this channel, and I think a lot of you like the same type of aesthetic that I'm going for. So I'm going to grab some napkins or some paper towels here, and I'm going to wipe back what I can wipe back on the surface. I'm not going deeply into any of the crevices because that's why we put that in there, right? Put that in there to stay in there. to really show the difference. Look at the huge difference that little bit of wax does. Simple, simple, simple. You want to stop here? You can stop here. I'm going to put mine on a platform base. This is a candle lid that has been used in other projects, and I'm going to use it again. But this time, I'm going to add a little bit of this antique wax. And rather than brushing it lightly over, I am going to scrub it into the wood grain on the sides and just a little bit onto the top. Now, I don't want to put it all over the entire top. This is going to be covered up just a little bit. You can also use brown paint if you want, or any colored paint you like. I'm going to add some hot glue all over the bottom. Like I said, not going to be utilizing the motion sensor and all that, so we don't have to worry about that. Going to glue that straight down on there to make a base. Nice. And of course, what does an aged skeleton need? An aged skeleton needs moss. So I'm going to add some glue right up where the little skulls meet the wood, and I'm going to press the moss in so that it is all over this piece. Moss is very lightweight. It's not going to matter. I would say generally you don't want to be putting anything that is waxed with a glue, like a hot glue, because it'll repel it. But with moss and some florals, you can get away with it. So there we go. Just going to tuck it here and there. You want to add mushrooms. You could add some little mushrooms on here, or a snail, or some bugs, some spiders, a vine. If you want to add some greenery to it, you totally could. But for this project, I wanted to make it really simple and keep these pieces fairly simple. For those of you who are just trying your hand out with crafting. Okay, here is that little trio. I like the, look, number 2's long in the tooth. He's got that one tooth that is just standing out there for the whole world to see. If you like this project and the one before, I would love it if you would give it a thumbs up, because that shows YouTube that I'm doing a good job and I'm putting out material that is worthy of your attention and their attention. And it helps my channel tremendously. Same antiquing wax and brush that we used before. It's a little skeleton head. Thanks for watching, y'all. Cute. See, it came off of a skeleton, but I found it at the thrift store, and I just decided I'd use his head. I like the fact that, you know, he's got a loose jaw there. Slack jaw. This is a piece that I have used before, so we're going to use it again. You can see where I put the gold on it from another project. I saved the mirror when I did this project. I'm going to pull off this canvas piece so that we can use it again. And I'm going to clean up the glass. This mirror was a little bit grungy from being picked up and moved around. I'm just going to clean it off a little bit. Whatever glass cleaner you use is absolutely acceptable. Clean it and let that dry. I'm going to use Mod Podge to give this a sort of an opaque look, or a foggy look. I'm using this is a household paintbrush, but I'm using it just to pounce on this Mod Podge. This is going to make it look sort of blurry and give us a nice look. Okay, so pounce up and down all over. It almost looks like the moon while it's wet. I'm just going to do that all over, and I'm making sure that I cover up every little piece of the reflective surface with this. And this is one layer. I'm going to use my heat tool, and I am going to dry it. I'm not too close to it, but, you know, close enough where I can get the job done. I wanted to show you how this works and how this changes. I did put this in fast motion, but you can see clearly the difference that made just using that Mod Podge on top. If you let it dry completely, then let your surface cool, and you want to add more Mod Podge to that, you certainly can do that. So now here's our surface, which I'm loving very much. Love it, love it. I'm going to take a little bit of my wax and a little bit of water on a stiff brush. This is going to be like a watery consistency because we're going to use this to make little droplets onto that Mod Podge that's on there. We want it to look old and distressed, and so this is one way that you can do it. If you just kind of shake and splatter this on here, you'll get this look. And then in a moment, when we change to a different color, I'll show you how you can get a different look. I'm going to pat this on. You don't want to leave that on there too long because you have the Mod Podge on there already. And you don't want it to look like it is lifting your Mod Podge, right? I'm going to take some of this dark gray chalk paint. You can use acrylic too, doesn't matter. And I'm going to add it with some water. Kind of sling that on there. And then if you take your finger and this the end of the brush, it gets finer little speckles. And you can also use a toothbrush for this, but you know, if we're crafters, we have paintbrushes, it's totally fine to do it. By the way, this is a paintbrush that came from Dollar Tree in a 3-pack, so it works totally fine. When you're putting on your layers of paint, be sure that you let them dry in between. Just pouncing, not rubbing, with a dry paper towel, turning it over, making sure I got a clean section so that we're not muddying anything up. And now that's much better. That looks more like sort of an aged mirror. Now the back of this skull is rounded, as skulls are, and we need to flatten it. So it can either be cut if you want to cut it, but I am not going to do that. I'm just going to take that little piece off there. We're going to sand off the little pieces that are standing up on the skull because we're going to age this skull too. I mean, of course we are. And we need to get this surface as smooth as possible. Now I'm just going to go ahead and do most of the skull with the same treatment because it is going to take the wax the same way. Instead of having like a smooth shiny surface and some dull spots, we're going to just dull the whole thing down. To flatten the back of the head, I'm going to use my heat tool, and I'm just going to sort of rotate and hold it fairly close, but not on it. You know, I want this to get nice and warm so that the back of that skull is pliable. This is not going to work with foam. You might set something on fire. If you have a foam head, just go ahead and use your utility knife or whatever you have and just, you know, trim it down that way. But since mine is plastic, I'm just going to go ahead and use the heat. Heat up the back and then push it down, straight down into my table. I'm going to push it down, try to make it flat on the back. You never can tell, though, the way these things are, where the seams are going to be and how it's going to react. But I'm going to hold it down there for a while. Look at that. Look at it. It's working. Look at that. Yay. It kind of folded on one side. It's kind of flat. It doesn't matter because you're not going to see it. I'm happy with it. Yes, I am so happy with that. So now I'm going to grab that wax, and we're going to do the same thing we did before, essentially. We're going to dip that wax and make sure that it is in all the recessed areas for sure. And then we're going to go over the rest of the skull as well. Also on the inside, because, you know, you'll be able to see that. Also on the underside, because you can see that too. When you get an interesting piece that you make and you're very proud of it, people want to look at it. You want to show it off, and you do not want them to point out the spots you missed, right? You absolutely don't. So you can leave the back empty or solid. You don't have to worry about putting any paint on that because it's, like I said, you know, the glue and everything. We don't want anything interfering with it. I've wiped back the parts that needed to be wiped back. And now we've grabbed up the goodies so we can decorate. So we got mushrooms and moss and some orange grass over there. I've got some turkey tail and some moss that I foraged from the past that are dried. And we can decide what we want to put on our mirror. We are going to touch them down with some E6000. I am going to put the glass back on the backing. A little bit of E6000 with that. Hot glue gun, and I know I'm checking my placement by looking at where the holes are from the tabs that were originally on there that held this thing together with the frame. And now I'm just going to go ahead and add a little bit of E6000 on here, and then you can add some hot glue also to hold this in place so that the weight of the mirror and what we're going to have going on in there does not make it fall apart. So I'll line that up, push it down, and I am going to just use some clamps to hold it in place. Do not use very strong clamps because if you're superstitious, plug your ears for a minute. Yeah, I cracked my mirror glue in the spaces in between. And we know the reason why now, don't we? But at this point, we know why we're using two different types of glues. I'm going to just kind of line this up and eyeball it. Naturally, I'm not going to measure because, I mean, why change the way I do things now at this point, right? And I'll take the moss and decide sort of where I want to put it. Now, if you wanted to use something like the stuffing out of a pillow to make it look like a cloud, or some spider webs to make it look like it's coming out of a spider, or something spooky like that, you can, but I've seen that and I know it's been done. So I thought, well, let's just go ahead and make this a little earthy. Let's go ahead and add some moss to it and do some things that are a little unpredictable and outside of the box, because that's what we do on this channel, right? And of course, we want to make it as budget friendly as possible. So I'm going to tuck the moss around, and I'm also going to go under the head too, because, you know, we can see under there too. Stretching this out, going all around, and this will be sort of the base that we can then add the rest of our moss to, our Spanish moss and any florals and mushrooms and that sort of thing. I'm going to add a little bit over there. So yeah, it's almost like we're giving him a toupee. I'm going to take some of that dried Spanish moss, which I do believe you can still get at Dollar Tree in the gardening section. And then I will start adding just bits and pieces of whatever I have. So here's the turkey tail. It's sort of leathery feeling, thick. It can be cut with scissors. And I will start to add that in places that I feel like looks pretty good. We're crafting. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. We just do it, right? We just get in the flow and we just do it. I want you to just do it too. Look at the pieces that I've done. I've been doing Halloween since June this year, and this is my 5th year on YouTube. I've got so much Halloween stuff, guys. So much. And so many woodland type things too, that you can find on this channel. So you can find something that you like and that you want to make your own. I almost assure you from this channel. That's what I thrive for anyway for you guys, because it means the world to me to be able to help and show people how to do things and build your confidence, because I really do know that if I can do it, you can do it. Just do it and bring yourself a little bit of joy. Now, why am I getting Frankenstein vibes now with the mushroom on the side of his head looking like a bolt? I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting that vibe. I didn't when I was doing it, but it, whatever. I'm just going to add these little picks here and there. And you can make this as wide as you want to. If you wanted to extend it all the way over the glass, you could, but then you wouldn't see your mirror, right? So the gold on the edge of this is like a rub and buff, yes. But I didn't think that it was necessarily appropriate for this. I wanted to dull this down. So I'm just using a little bit of this antiquing wax to do that. And it'll take that bluish tone from the black and make it a little warmer. And I think that that matches what's going on here just a little bit better. I'm then going to take the brush on the glass where it meets the frame and go around pushing toward the inside and bringing a little bit of that on the outside to make it look dirty and old. And that is how he's going to look. I love that his little jaw's open. It looks like he's smiling, doesn't it? You could put a rose in there, or I actually had a mushroom cap in there for a minute that I was playing with because I thought it was funny. But it looks like he spit it out, so I just went ahead and just took that out there. Because we need our mushrooms, y'all. They're full of calcium. They're really good for you. I don't know that it's going to do him any good at this point, but they're good for you. So now I'm going to put a hanger on here. This is just a piece of black cord that I had off of another project because I save my stuff. And I'm just going to make a simple little hanger for this. Stick it down in that glue and then let that dry. Always protect your fingers. Sometimes I get in a hurry and I forget, but I want you to take care of yourselves because I love y'all and I care about you. Remember these that I got from Dollar Tree that I was so upset that I had to pay $1.75 for because, I'm cheap. Well, here we are using these on another project. I've just went ahead and cut those off, and I'm going to add those here and there and give it those extra little pieces of variety and kind of a Halloweenish look, fall looking. I'm going to put these here and there. I really think this is something you could use all year long. I'm saying Halloween because most people don't mess around with skulls and this type of thing. They consider it a little too dark, but I think that it is really cute for all year long if you like this style. I'm going to put one of those little pods inside each little eye socket. You can put moss in there too if you wanted to. I ran really low on this color of moss, so had to be careful. Had to watch my, we got to watch our funds, right? We got to watch our funds, and I do not want to be going out and buying anything right now. Okay, look at that. I like it, but you see where the crack is? The crack went through. Once I was taking the clamps off, somehow or another I cracked it, so this is how this beauty turned out. Hang it anywhere you like. It is small. It is something that I recycled from a previous project, stuff that I got from the thrift store, things that I already had. I hope you like it as much as I do, and that you decide to comment, give me a thumbs up, and subscribe to the channel. To start off, we're going to have some of these little candles from Dollar Tree. Here's the information, and I'm just going to give you a brief overview first, and then I'll tell you what each item is going to be. Ribbon or trim that you might want to use. I got this pack of 4 canvases, and these actually came from Temu, but you can get yours wherever you want. If you can't buy canvases, you can always print these out, and I believe these are 8x10s, and they're just little spooky Halloween themed pictures. Cute. We're going to do some different things to each one of these. We're going to use some Dollar Tree products. So we're going to use a cutting board, one of these frames with the glass, a checklist board, and then this little hanging photo. We're going to start with this one. The little creepies on the side is going to be a little too much. So what we're going to do is, to fit in the 5x7 piece, we're going to cut this and we'll save the little creepies for another time. And we're just going to use the house. This is my paper cutter. If I can find the link to it, I'll add that in the description box for you. We can just take that little paper from the inside and use it as a template and cut. You are free to use your scissors to do this. Whatever you have to cut your piece out is totally fine. So we'll put that one aside for another project. And we still have to trim it down just a little bit. And I just decided I'd rather sacrifice the bottom section so that we can have all of the house and some of the sky in there. Line it up and just cut that. And now we have the perfect size picture to go in the frame. We don't have to worry about the white on the side because it'll be behind the black. Of course, we're going to use some string lights. These are linked for you below also. Use whatever kind you like. To do it a simple way, you can just put your lights around the box to the back of the frame. But we're not going to do that. We're actually going to use these lights to go in the windows and doors of this little canvas. I've done this before on a larger scale in a shadow box. It was so well received that I thought that to make it a little more possibly Dollar Tree friendly, or with items that you're more likely to find, like printing your own pictures out and using a Dollar Tree frame, but perhaps you can do something similar on your own if you like these light up projects. So depending on how many little lights you have on your strand, it's going to depend on how many lights that you might want to put in your windows or your doors. You can put them together, and I'm showing you how you can double them up by putting them side by side and twisting that strand because it is only on wire. You know, it's a thin wire. You can bend it. I've never had a problem with these breaking. They're just very flexible and very thin. So I am leaving the lights on while I do this so that I can get my placement right. And I put it on the back of the canvas and turn it over and look at it and see if it is positioned correctly. And then I'll put it back down, holding it in place, grab a piece of Scotch tape and just tape it down. I found that using tape to do these is a lot easier than trying to use glue, because the glue is going to leave bubbles. It's not going to lay flat. It won't hurt the strand of lights. In my experience, I've used glue on these before, and hot glue has never been an issue. And it's not going to grab fast enough with any other type of glue, so Scotch tape is perfect for me. Look at that. Don't you love that glue? I know that you can get these in a bright white, or you can get them in that kind of a natural yellow light, which is what I always choose, given the choice. They just look warm and mysterious to me. We're down to our last little window. And put that in place. Isn't that pretty? Already, to me, that looks so pretty. So you want to be sure that you're using all of your lights, and that the only lights are in the places that should be lit up. So if you had a moon up there, you could put it on the moon, you know, whatever you want to use for that. I'm going to tape these in place and then tape over any wire so nothing gets pulled apart. So I'm going to give that to you in the most budget-friendly way possible. Did I say friendly? I meant friendly. You know what I mean. It's been one of those days. It's always one of those days. If you followed me long enough, you know it's always one of them days. Let's just be honest. I'm a mess. Okay, so now I'm just going to use a tiny bit of hot glue to smear around here on the edges, which will be behind the frame, to put that original display piece back on there. You want to be sure that you cover it completely. You see how you see the light through the side? We don't want that. We want it all to be blocked out. You want to put something behind it that's dark so that you can see the light really bright in there. Okay, so I'm going to pull the back off because we really don't need that. You can put it back on if you want, but then you'd have to worry about feeding that light box through there, and we don't want to do those things, do we? No, it's too much trouble, and we don't have time for that. We're busy women and gentlemen, aren't we? Just using a little bit of hot glue, I'm going to pop these back on. This is not heavy, so it's going to stay. We're not going to have to worry about anything falling off. Then I'm just going to glue the box where I can still get to the little toggle to turn it on and off. And I'm trying to find the best way to do it where it won't be in the way. So I'll just sit it right down here with the little control on the side. To help it stand up, instead of hanging this, you know, you have that option. You can use some of these little squares that you get from Dollar Tree. I'm adding a little bit of glue, put them down on the paper that I just peeled off, and you know, why not? It's there, may as well, and save a little bit of money. And then I'll paint these black. I'm not really concerned about the bottom that is glued down. You know, you don't have to have paint on that part because it'll be up against the whatever you set it on. If you set it on the table, that part's going to be on the bottom. Totally up to you. You want to paint the whole thing, you go right ahead and do that. You don't want to make these exactly square. You want to bump them up just a tad so that it slightly can push backwards. Otherwise, it's going to keep falling forward. I hope that made sense. And you can see that it stands up okay. It does absolutely fine. And this is like I don't even know if this is really glass. I think it's plexi or something. This is how it looks. And you can turn it on and off. And here's another look at it. I really like this, and I hope that having made this easier version of this for y'all, that you enjoy this and that you consider making something like this of your own. I love these canvases. They're so spooky and creepy, I think. So here's that trim again. This is a pedestal from Dollar Tree. It is not glass or whatever they normally use. It's like a resin. We're going to use this pumpkin print, and we're going to use the cutting board. I'm laying it down on top of the cutting board and pressing down to show you that you can do it this way. I'm trying to find the right placement while I'm looking at it. If you turn it upside down and try to trace it out, you're not going to be able to see what you're capturing on your board. Does that make sense? You're not going to be able to see where it's at. You might cut it off, you might get it in the way, and you might have to keep redoing it. If you do it this way and you press that canvas or your paper down while you're holding it, you can get a little idea of where your edges are. And you can see how much it's actually going to be on the top of your riser. Just pushing, nothing magical. When you turn it over, you can see that outline. And I'll take my scissors. I don't want to cut it too short, so I'm going to go to the outside of the original lines that I pressed in just a little bit, because we'll be able to take the excess off when it is time to do that. All the way around until you get back to the start. So here is our bamboo cutting board. It's a little slick, so I'm going to grab a piece of sanding paper. This comes from my micro sander, which I don't know what I did with it at the moment, so I just grabbed a little piece of paper, and I'm going to go over this. When you do this, it helps to lift the fibers of the wood up, which is going to give you a little more grip when you put your glue down to hold on to that. So take a wipe and get all that residue off of there. This is a dry wipe. You can see the difference between what I cleaned and the shiny part on the back. I'll use dishwasher Mod Podge simply for me because it's thicker than regular Mod Podge, and I want something thick to cling to that canvas because the canvas will try to lift up. It's not like regular paper. It will try to lift up on the corners. So it's going to be important that you use thin layers, both on the board and on the canvas. And then I'll show you what else that I have done that helps me to do these types of projects, and hopefully it will help you too. And I'm just using a flat brush because I want this to be an even, as even as possible. Very light and even. I'm going to flip that over, and I scraped off most of that. You can see, and I scraped it off on a scrap of paper over there. You want to use a small amount to go over the back of this. When you put this on, rather than putting it on immediately, if you allow it to start getting tacky or dry just a little, it will help. And so using my heat tool, I'm going to go over that board just for, not even a whole minute, I think. And it started to get a little bit sticky. So then I'm going to take that canvas, which I did not heat. Don't heat your canvas, it might wrinkle. I don't know, it might not, it may be fine. And I'm going to press that down on top. I'm pressing it with my hands where I can feel it. I can tell it's not slipping on top of that bamboo. And it's one of the reasons that I'm a hands-on crafter, and you don't see me wear gloves that often, because I can feel with my hands and tell if there's a bubble, if there's a wrinkle, if there's something that doesn't quite feel right, if there's, air or glop under there, I can feel it. And then I'll go over it with my squeegee. Then I'm going to just put a piece of plastic, and this is just a scrap. I got it off of some decals I had. I'm going to put it around there and leave it open on the edges because I want it to have air to dry, but I'll put weights on it and I'll leave it until the next day. It's not completely cured, but it is dry. So now we're going to deal with that excess on the edge. I'm just using this round that I have recycled a few times, and I'm using it so that when I use my knife to cut through, it cuts into the wood and not my tabletop. Although my tabletop is pretty banged up, I'm trying to be better to it than I used to be. Right? You live, you learn. So I'm going to continue around here. If you put that blade on there flat and hold it flat against the edge of the board, it won't pop up and down and cause you to cut into the board. Just keep it down, the tip of it down into the surface of what you're cutting into, and you should do fine. And then go back in and trim up any places that you see you might have missed or not made a very clean cut. So this is a top where you would put your candles, but we're going to flip it over because we want a flat surface so we have more area to glue onto the board. If you want to go ahead and sand the bottom of this, you can do that. I'm going to use Fix-All adhesive and some hot glue. And this is Gorilla Glue that I use. Nothing is, it's not sponsored or anything. And I'm going to get it in the right spot quickly, hold it in place. And then once the hot glue has had a minute or two to set up, we'll move on to decorating. This trim I got at Goodwill, where I have gotten most of my trims and my sewing notions, beads, buttons, and stuff like that. You can also use any type of ribbon that coordinates or that you like to go along with whichever canvas that you choose or whichever printout that you choose. All right, continue along. I like to put tension on it with one hand, so you'll see me with my right hand putting tension on it and kind of guiding it with my left hand to lay it flat. And that makes sure that my edge doesn't go up and down, it's not bumpy, and it has a nice clean finish. Now, I did not go over the top of this with Mod Podge. If you would like to seal it, if you plan on, you know, I wouldn't necessarily put it any place that it's wet. I'm thinking something like this would be really cute if you put it, at your coffee bar and put some candles on it, or if it's beside your bed or in the bathroom and you put your rings or your jewelry for the next day on it, or maybe you put your medicine bottles on it if you have prescriptions or vitamins. It's just a little something different that you can have whatever options you can think of. It's totally fine to do with this, right? Use your imagination. What do you use risers for in your home? And if you don't use risers, or this one's too tall, you can use just the top, or you can use a shorter pedestal underneath. That is really up to you. So before I got finished, I thought I was done. I thought, you know what, let me just put a little bit right in the middle in case you do have this pedestal and you want to dress it up just a little bit more. You can take that same piece of trim or ribbon that you use and just add a little bit of glue and go around that middle ring that's flat, and it's almost a perfect fit. And there you go. And you can put your glasses on there. You can put your remote for your TV so you can watch your Halloween shows. You can put a bowl with some Halloween snacks, some caramel, some candy corn. So many options. So we'll use a little wood cut out from Dollar Tree. I'm going to use my little ghosty canvas for this one. And the checklist. We're going to turn that sideways, of course. And we're going to use this on one side. We're going to cover this up with some black. I have ink black chalk paint, but you can use whatever type of paint you want. I will tell you, I started off with just doing this area, but I went back over and painted the entire thing black. And you will see shortly why I do that. If you use a slanted brush with a little tip on it, you can get right in there without getting it all over the place. While I was doing that, I noticed there were some splinters, so I went back in with that same little piece of sandpaper and just kind of dusted over the edges and the corners and any place that might make me compromise my fingers, right? Now we're going to use a furniture repair marker to do this. I think this is maple that I chose to color this. Whether or not you color is completely your choice. I like the idea of showing you different ways you can do things, and not everybody has the wax paints and the waxes to use. So you can always use a regular paint. If you want to use a paint, you can use a furniture repair marker, which is so easy to use and it flows so good. It really does. I love playing with these things. I'm going to go over the inside edges and the outside edges too to complete this frame. And then just to show you, if you wanted to do shading, you can start in the middle and kind of drag it outwards. Toward the inside, it'll be a little bit less. Toward the outside, a little heavier. It just gives you a little shading and gives it more of a rustic look. And I think with the picture, rustic is really good. On the outside of the canvas, you'll see a white trim. I'm going to use my trimmer here to just trim that off and take the white away. You can go over this with a black marker if you want. You can use your same furniture repair marker to go over the edge if you want. You can use your scissors or a rotary cutter, whatever tool you have. So we got that off, and that looks much better. I'm happier already with that. You see, I can see my lines through there on my background. It was driving me nuts. So that's when I decided, you know what, let's go back in and let's just cover all of it with black, and then we won't have that issue. Worked perfectly. I went ahead and gave it a little blast of heat to let it set quickly. And now we're going to move on back to the canvas, which I'm going to use the wax for, and I'm going to show you how you can shade on canvas if you would like to. I've done this before. I love using canvases in my crafts, and I wanted to show you how you can make yours look a little more rustic or a little more spooky by using some wax or using some paint. You got to be sure that you let this dry. See the richness that it brought into that corner? I love that. It gives it like a cameo look. Love it. You got to be sure that you let the wax thoroughly dry before you go on to do anything else with your project. Just leave it, move on to something else, right? I'm using a baby wipe that is damp to kind of blend, and it helps me to put down and then quickly remove, if I need to, any of that excess wax. So we're going to, of course, going to let that dry, and then I'll grab that same dishwasher Mod Podge, add a little bit, and really I probably didn't honestly even need that much. And I'll go over the whole thing where it will be covered by the canvas. If you go outside the canvas area, it's just going to give you like a shiny look because the dishwasher Mod Podge does not dry matte, so just keep that in mind. Then using a smaller brush, just because I got black paint on the other one, I'm going to go in here and smear a light layer all over this. Same thing, you know, give it just a little bit of time to get tacky, and then find your position. You can measure, you can use a ruler, whatever you like to do. And hey, if you don't want to trim your frame out, you can always use a little bit of jute or ribbon or something to frame it. Totally up to you. So I'm pushing down with my hands, and then I'm going to grab my squeegee and push down, because with the canvas it's thicker, and like I said, it does try to come up on the corners. You're going to need to allow this to dry with something like a plastic or silicone on top, and then a weight on top of it. The corners, to finish those, you got some options. You can use any type of little photo things or metal pieces or tacks. You can spray paint some tacks. Dollar Tree has cute tacks. These are actually upholstery pins, I think is what they're called, or upholstery nails that I got from Temu. And then those corners are also from Temu. I have used this before too. I just used my cutters and I cut the pin off of it, so I have like a flat top to make it look like it is nailed through there, but it's not. I just add a little hot glue. This will also help your canvas stay in place while it is drying the Mod Podge underneath. And I'll do that in each corner. How's everybody feeling today? Are y'all doing okay? Are you adjusting well to the heat? Are you hydrating daily? Are you getting your protein? Are you loving yourself and taking care of yourself? I want to hear that you are. I want to hear that you're okay. I know there's some people in our community right now who are sick and whose children are sick, and I want you to know that I'm thinking about y'all and sending you positive vibes and prayers always. So using that same furniture marker, I'm going to go in here and do the word spooky. I'm leaving a little bit of room on the top of the P so that his other arm, or whatever you want to call that on the ghost, is it a wing? I don't know what that is. And that his tail have a little, you know, I'll be able to see that. It won't just blend completely in and make him look like he's behind it. This will make him look like he's in front. And I like the idea of doing that, but you don't have to. I'm going to leave him this color rather than having him painted another color, because I feel like, again, with the rustic feel, I think it works. I don't show a lot here because my head's in the way. Even with my glasses, I got to get close to things, so I do apologize for the blur. I'll also take that same marker and go all the way around the edge, just at a very slight angle, so that there's some shading along the edges of his body. He's really cute. And then I'm also, of course, going to do his eyes too, because I don't want to leave that part out. And I just kind of drew off with a brown permanent marker, like the edge, so it kind of pop out a little bit, and it worked like I hoped that it would. So here's our little spooky guy. I have some 3M. You can just use any type of, you can get poppets, you can use dimensional foam stickies, you can get the glue dots, whatever you want. I like the thickness of these in particular, so I thought they would be good to use on the back of this to raise it up off of the surface, just because I don't want to glue it right down on, right on the surface. I want it to be lifted a little bit because we like the shadows, don't we? And then when we put the candles on here, it'll cause even more shadows, which looks even more mystical and magical and Halloween. Very spooky ooky. It's so easy to cut through these foam pieces too, y'all. Very easy. I'm just going to add enough on there where I feel like when I press it down, I won't break anything. That it's evenly spaced out underneath. You'll know what I mean if you've ever broke one of these little wood thin pieces because you put it up on something and pressed down and you broke a piece off. Kind of fragile. You got to be careful. And I did actually break the one that said, the first one that I showed you with the pumpkin on it. Yeah, I sure did break it. But this one I thought was better anyway, so I think it's cute. See the shadow underneath already? I'm just going to lay it on there till I know it's exactly where I want it. and then I will press it down with my hands. Look how good that holds. And then on the back, you can see I was testing my colors, of course. So here are the candles. I have got some of this tape, nano tape, gel tape, whatever you want to call it. It's a clear, thick mounting tape, gel mounting tape. I'm laying these candles on here to get them in a position where they don't roll, because that means generally that it's flat. So that's a good place to put the tape, so it'll lay flat. Seems simple, doesn't it? But sometimes we don't think about those things, and then we have to work extra hard because we just, let's work smarter instead of harder, right? Okay, so then we're going to put these on here, get the position, and then we can press them into place. And yes, always test your candles when you get them from Dollar Tree. I have some that are duds that I'm going to have to return. Always test them. Here's a little light switch on the bottom. They flicker, y'all. Check that out. And a 2-pack for $1.25. They already have the work done on them. I could have went and shaded that, but we're not even going to bother with it. Look how cute that is. Got our little floating candles. If you don't want it to be a hanging sign, again, you can make it a stand sign, and perhaps this time, because it's bigger, you want to use some of these blocks from Dollar Tree that are a little bigger. Again, you want to set them a little up from the edge and not flat on the edge, because if you do, it's going to lean forward from the weight and fall. You want it to be able to slightly press backwards when you stand it up. And then you can paint these if you want to, or you can wax them. It is totally up to you. And look how that stands. I don't even know. We got one more to go, and I don't even know which is my best. Which is my favorite. I couldn't even tell you. But this one is, yeah, I think this one has a special place. Look at these sweet babies playing in the mud. How cute is that? They're in the mud, y'all. In the mud. So I'm going to take some little brooms, some little fence cutouts, the last canvas, and then this photo frame. We're going to take these out. We don't need them. You can throw them away, or you could keep them for whatever reason. We don't need the hanger, so I'll pull that out. And then you can open it from the back. Okay, for now I'm going to leave the original hanger, but I will be changing that up. Okay, so staples hold that in. You can just pull those out of there and get it all cleaned up and set it aside. Here is the backing that we're going to use. And this is smaller than the backing, but you will not know it when we're done. We're going to do wonderful things, y'all. I'm just going to use a tiny bit of hot glue in the corners. Tiny bit, mainly where the very edge touches. And I'm holding it in place with my hand so that I don't lose my placement until I get a little bit glued down. Just kind of smear a little thin bead of glue around. And don't worry about it if you end up peeling a little bit of the paper off. We're going to cover it up. I've got some of this beautiful velvety ribbon that I got last year from Hobby Lobby, I do believe. It is black. It is gorgeous. It has slight stretch, which doesn't really matter for this project, but hey, it's good for Halloween. So to make sure that I wouldn't have to do the bottom, I'm just checking it out to see where that white is on the top and bottom. And I didn't want to waste ribbon or cover up that canvas, so I decided to get a permanent marker. You just get a Sharpie or whatever permanent marker that you have, and you can just color that up. Of course, the other option would be for you to just trim that off, and you can certainly do that if you want to. Might have been quicker. But again, I want to give you some options. So this ribbon will go right on the side, and I'm going to line it up with the edge of the little board or backing that it's on, and just glue that in with a little bit of hot glue. And then I'll turn it around and do it here on this side. You're looking at it from the back now. So the back of the ribbon is what you're seeing. Now you can see the pretty side. And I'm just making sure that it is even with the end of the board. We want everything to fit in the frame, and we want everything to look high-end and beautiful. Yes, I love that. I love it. It looks like it was meant to be in that frame. And we haven't done anything to change this frame. Very simple. Very, very simple. I'm going to press it in. And you know those little tabs are back there, and you can just press those back down over the top. Which is great, because if you have a little bulk from your ribbon, you're still going to be able to snug that down so everything stays in place. You could stop there if you wanted to, but you know I'm not going to. Okay, I'm going to pull that off because I decided no, I did not want it like that. It looked a little too flimsy. And we're going to start working on the brooms. Now, you get your brooms wherever you want. It doesn't matter what size. These I got at the thrift store. I'm not even sure where they originally came from. You get random things. It's just, you never know what you're going to get. So I'm going to use my wax with a damp wipe, and I'm going to go over the broomsticks and the fence, and I'm going to let them dry. I actually use my little drying gun over there. Dry them out, and then I will go back over them with a second coat to make them a little bit richer, a little bit darker. It's totally up to you. If you use a dry wipe or a brush, this is going to be really thick and dark brown. It's the wetness from the wipe that makes it a little more light or sheer, and it makes it easier to move around if you're not sure where you want things to be. Just on the tip and the end of the broom, and on the back side where the threads meet up, so the ugly side, in other words, I'm going to place this down all the way up against the top and on that ribbon. And see, we're not burning our canvas because this is on the ribbon. Press it up into there. If you get little glue webs, just take those off. Not a big deal. Or leave them. I mean, they are witches. You could have spider webs in there if you wanted. And then these little cutouts. The cutouts were also something that I believe I either thrifted these, or maybe my friend Kendra gave these to me with some little cutouts that she sent me. These might have came from Kendra. But you can make it. You can make these certainly with little popsicle sticks if you wanted to. Or you can leave them off because it looks good the way it is. But I like the idea of having a little gate down here. And I want it to have dimension. So when it's lit up for Halloween night and all the little candles around the house are lit up, you can see the shade and dimension around it. You can see how it stands up off of that frame and gives you that little extra something. Perfect. So now I just expanded that, got a bigger piece, put it in the corners, let the glue dry, and this is what it will look like. And so now we have our second piece. But you can also make this a piece that stands up if you desire to do so. Here is a look at that one. So I'm wondering, which one of these do you like the best? Do you think that you'll be trying one of these? You can use a dark gray or black, really any color background that you choose, but I'll be using the black. Brushes, of course, to put the paint on. Even mangled brushes work. I've got some tree stamps here. You can use whatever type of stamp that you want. The idea is kind of looks spider webby. I've got some oxide inks. Absolutely don't use these. That's what I use, but I'm going to show you why we don't want to use these. I have my block for my silicone stamps, and I have a couple of other stamps I'll be using. And then these adorable pin-up girls. Look how cute. Now, these are the ones that I chose, but there's a stack of these. If I can find this, I got these at Temu. If I can find this link, then I will put it in the description box for you. If not, you can use gift cards, you can use regular paper, whatever you want to use. And then here is the board that we're going to use, and it's just a puzzle board. I've told y'all before, and y'all know this, Melissa and Doug stickers are almost impossible to remove without making a big old mess, cutting it up, putting the alcohol in it, whatever. Just spray paint the back of it black and cover all that up if you want to. If you're using it in your home and you're not selling it, nobody's going to flip it over and look at the back of it. Tell them to get right on out the house if they do that. Okay, so this is just a smooth wood surface you can use. If you don't have something like this, you can use a canvas. It's totally okay. We're going to give the option here of a tray or hanging sign. I just call it a board because that's what I've got it on. I'm using chalk paint because it dries matte and it dries quickly compared to acrylic. It goes a long way with less coats. That is my personal experience, but you can use whatever color and type of paint, I guess, that you want to use here. I'm going to go on the inside of the little frame piece and all over the top, and then you want to be sure, once you get your coverage on there, that you also go down these sides. So like the outer edges of it, to make sure that it is completely black, and you have a nice look all the way around. Don't forget the sides, right? Don't forget those. And then you're going to either allow that to dry, or you can use a drying tool for that, whichever way you want to do it. Okay? So, these little silicone or rubber type stamps do really well if you put them on some type of a backing to keep them nice and flat. And the benefit of having a clear backing like this is that you can see through it and you can tell where you're putting it, rather than maybe sticking it on a mirror or, something like that. Now, if you're concerned that you're going to get some of your stamped area onto the black and you don't want to do that, you can just use a piece of paper or something to put on the inside to slide around with you to block so that it doesn't do that. So now I'm using this. I left it in for a reason, so hopefully nobody's too confused. We learn from our mistakes when we craft, right? This looks good. It shows up nicely. It's pretty. It's got that muted look that I am going for. So I like it. And like I said before, if you want to use a spider web or whatever type of stamp you want to use, the idea is to give it some, I almost want to say whimsy. You're going to give it a different type of edge. You're going to give it a decorative edge. Now, if you don't want to do this, go ahead and paint your frame a different color if you want. Totally up to you. You could even crackle that frame on the edges if you want to do it that way. That is totally your discretion and how you want to do that. But if you want to use a stamp, you can go along, and I'm just using different parts of the stamp too. Not putting the whole tree down. This gives it almost like a webby, or like when you look up through the trees, that look, the leaves through the leaves. It's kind of what it reminded me of, and I really like that. So I'm just going to use this orangey color here, and I'm going to stamp it all over. And then once I've stamped it, I'm going to let that dry, and we can go on to another color. Now, if you're going to use paint on yours, or acrylic ink, or whatever you have, that's totally fine. It's going to do great. I put my lighter color in the background first, and then I will put a darker color on the top. That's my preference. You can start with the darker color and then put the lighter on. It's totally up to you. My experience is if you use a lighter color and then go over the top like this with a darker color, it kind of, you can see the darker color better. You just have to do it to see. You just have to play around with it and see what you think. So if you're using acrylic paint, maybe you use some type of an orange on the bottom and then some type of a, maybe like a burnt brown color, or, whatever color you're going for. Okay, so if you don't have these cards, these little postcards, you could buy a Halloween banner, and you can use the individual banner pieces. If you want to use cards, you can use cards. Now, the ones that I'm using are actually paper, so as far as Mod Podging them down, it works better for me using the paper. But if you use cardstock, or, even better, y'all, I've got tons of stuff on my Pinterest that you can go check out. Okay, tons you can check out, print it out, and use those. All right, so be sure that you always clean up your stamps and the block that you put it on. Always get all of that off of there, because you don't later want to go in there and decide you want to use white, and then the orange bleeds into the white. You don't want to do that. Put everything back nice and clean, so when you start on your next set of crafts, everything is ready to go. Just a little tip that might help you out. It does help me. So here are the little beauties that I have chosen, and I'm just going to start thinking about laying them out how I want them to look. I almost want this to look like, somebody's got this in their home, and they've got their little, pinup girls. They got their little pinup ideas. They're considering what they want to do for Halloween, how they want to dress, their costumes, the type of decor they want to use. And so these little things are just tacked down on here to give them some inspiration. You can use as many or as few as you like. You can overlap them. You can cut them with some type of a cutter. You can cut them into shapes if you want to. You can leave them in a rectangle like you see them. But I have decided I want to give this a little more age. So I'm going to go in my edges, and I am going to just start tearing little bits and pieces. Now, if you don't want it to rip into the picture, just use your thumb on that part or your hand on that part to cover it. Put your thumbs close together. See how I'm doing it? To make sure that it doesn't pull into my picture and I don't tear something that I don't want to tear. Now, it does still happen occasionally, but if you just take your time, you can get it to work. Now, the good thing about fraying the edges like this is that when you go back over it with a paint or a wash or a antiquing wax, whatever you want to use, you can, it will absorb into the white, and it's going to give it like a cameo effect, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. So I'm just going to continue along here and let you see how I'm doing it. See how I'm holding my hand over part of the picture and then pulling away from my thumb. That works best for me. As I am doing this, I am trying to keep in mind my space, how much room I have on here, and still the whole project is not planned out. I still don't have everything that I want to do here in mind. But as I go along, as with most projects, and you're probably familiar with this too, things start to kind of come alive in your projects. You just kind of get lost in that flow, and you start figuring things out, what you want to add when you look at it from all sides and directions, And these are going to fit good without overlapping here. So I like these, and I like that it is torn here. And you'll notice that the edges are white where we tore on paper, because it is one-sided printed. The other side is white. I like it. I like it a lot. You can put them down for size and position, move them around. You can pull more off. You can, it's totally going to be up to you. If you just want the faces, you can just do a bunch of faces. But oh my goodness, they're costumes. These scream queens they're giving all the Halloween vibes. Yes, girls, this is for us. Now, I'm going to use antiquing wax on a finger dauber, but you feel free to use whatever you would like. I'm just going to use a minimal amount so that it doesn't, keep it from sticking down and Mod Podge it down just a little bit. And I'm going to start smearing that into the edges and kind of away. If you use just your finger to do this or wipe, just be very careful, because the more obvious dampness you put down on this paper, the more likely it is to tear or, pull apart, or whatever type of paper that you use. Just be conscious of that. You want to keep it dry and use the bare minimum. And do you see the difference that makes on the card compared to the other ones? And I will give you a side-by-side comparison so that you can, decide if this is something that you want to do. You could also use like a purple if you wanted to do purple. You could do black around the edge if you wanted to. You could do orange around the edge. You just have a bunch of options. This is totally up to you how you want to do it. And I like the idea of the aging and the rustic look. And yes, I still say rustic because look at the difference. Look at the difference. I love that. It really sells that aged look to me. So we're going to just continue along and go all the way around. Now, if you have one of the prints that you use that looks like maybe it doesn't match the background and the color of the rest of them, just go ahead and use your finger dauber to kind of blend toward the inside real gently, like you see me doing, to kind of darken the background a little bit more. But I left my ghost a nice and crispy white. Now, using a very minimal amount of Mod Podge, I'm going to go over my print and then put it down on the board. Now, what I could have done, which probably would have been quicker, maybe, is to go over the entire board with the Mod Podge and then put these in place, and then use my squeegee to put it down and my roller to put it down. I get a lot of questions about this little roller squeegee thing, and it is a Mod Podge brand. So if you just go look at Plaid products and you look at Mod Podge, you can probably find that product there. But I'm going to continue along this way, so you can do it this way. You could use like a glue stick if you wanted to, just to make sure that it is clinging to the board. When I do this, I am going to, before it is completely dry, I'm going to add more Mod Podge over the top. It's going to give it some wrinkles and buckles and lift and make it look older. So now they're all together, and they're looking beautiful, and they're looking so pretty. So here's my Mod Podge brush. Again, you can go and look and see. It's just a 2-inch thing. Now my glue, oh my goodness. I didn't clean around my edges, which is my fault, on the bottle, and it got yucky. We talk about the glue boogers. Well, I got some in there and it fell into the bottle because I didn't take the time to clean it off like I should have. So tip to you, make sure you keep the edges of those clean, and if you put a little Vaseline or something like that on there, it should help you keep it nice and clean, so you don't have to worry about picking the little crusties out of your Mod Podge. So I'm going to evenly go over here. Now, see where I'm going over the edge of the board with the Mod Podge? I should not have done that, because if you go over it once, maybe it's not a big deal, but to smooth it out and get a nice finish, it bleeds. So it kind of smeared it a little bit, which, totally fine, whatever. Lesson learned. If you don't like that look, then you do not want to put Mod Podge on top of your edging there. I mean, it's made for paper, right? It's made for paper. It's not made for this type of thing. But I just thought I would try it because I like the idea of using all the tools that I have, because you might not have everything that I have and that I use on a regular basis, but you might have something that you haven't tried yet, right? And if it'll work, and I try it out first, it's perfect. Now, part of my clip is missing, but what I did is took the white Halloween, that stamp, and I painted a little bit of white chalk paint on it, and then stamped it over the top. And then now I have a little pumpkin. I got a little bit of that chalk paint. You can see what I'm doing now. Lightly brushing it on there. You don't want to dip it into the paint because it is going to smear and get gloppy. You just want to kind of lightly put over the top of it. And then I'm adding some little stamps to the board. The pack of paper that I got came with stickers, so I also added 4 of those stickers that are not the same as the ladies that are already on there. So we have even more little Scream Queens on there. And then for this little ghost, I'm just carefully going over it with some more white chalk paint And I'm going to put it down and stamp it. Now don't press hard or it will slide. All you really have to do is just put it down. You don't want to slide and smear it all over the place, right? We don't want to do that. So I'm just adding them here and there, and I'm also going to add it along the edges. Just little bits here and there, not the whole body. I'm not aiming for the whole body. I'm just getting little figures here and there, little designs. And you've already got chalk paint on the bottom. If you wanted to use acrylics, you could definitely do that here on top of that chalk paint, and it should stay in place for you. Oh, I'm loving this. Again, we're going to clean all this off. Now, I'm getting all this off because now I just want to use the face of this ghost stamp. I don't want to use the whole thing. So I'm going to wipe it down. I'm going to use my finger and just dot it right on the mouth and the eyes, which, yes, I could also draw it, but not everybody can draw. So I'm, again, showing you options. And you can put little faces on your pumpkins. And then now you will have some cute little jack-o'-lanterns. It doesn't have to be directly in the center. Wherever you put them, that's where they're looking, right? Make sure you don't get any white any other place. And then we'll just add little faces. Look how cute! Now, if you want to make this a hanging sign, you can grab some orange ribbon or thin ribbon or some jute or whatever you decide that you want to use. And then we will make a very easy hanger for this. This is currently hanging in my workspace. I love this so much. And I have lots more paper and stickers left from this. So if you like this, then I would love to know, because I would be very happy to create some more of these in this pinup thing. So super cute. How empowering. Look at them. Look at them. I love it. Okay, so I've just tied knots in the ends to give it a little more to cling to. I like to use the knots on here, especially when you put a little piece of scrap cardboard or scrap paper there. It just keeps everything from sliding around. It kind of locks it into place. You know, more surface area to add the glue so that it stays down. I'm just using a scrap of paper. This is the backing for some stickers or something that I had from Dollar Tree. You can tell that's what it is. And then I'm just going to put it right above the knot to help hold it in place. And that will create a very easy hanger for you to put wherever you like in your office or your bathroom or your bedroom or your workspace or your craft room, wherever you would like. And if you just want to use it as a tray, seal it with some Mod Podge. And then you can put dry things on it. Like if you want to put your notepad on there and you want to put some pencils down, you can certainly do that. Very cute. You could also just use it as a leaner if you wanted to. I love this so much. I love it so much, and I hope you do as much as I do. Really super cute. Look at the little ginger pirate in the middle. I love her. She's so cute. She's probably my favorite one, and I did put her in the middle because I'm a ginger. So yeah. Look, we got a bee and a little circus girl. Spider Woman. So cute. Y'all know y'all like a good old light up project. Here we go. We're going to need some black paint and a brush. A little bit of tape. Some of the stickers that I use, but you can use printables of any type. It doesn't have to be a sticker. I want to show you these candles. I didn't use them, but I'm going to give them an honorable mention because they came from Dollar Tree. They have these in a white, a cream, and a black that I have found and purchased. So you will be seeing these again if you want to go and try to find some of your own. They flicker. They're stunning. This one little piece that I found at Dollar Tree recently in the springtime, and then a couple of little blocks to help be a support. So, of course, we're going to start off by painting everything. This is an easy project, y'all, so do not be intimidated by this. We're going to do lights because I love lights, and I love lights in Halloween projects and holiday projects. They're just fun to me. They just add a little bit of whimsy with the light and something unexpected. Oh my goodness, yes. And so I don't use those lights that you just saw. I don't use those because they didn't give me the illumination that we needed. So I switched over to string lights, which I will show you shortly. Now I'm going to paint the front, the back, and the bottom. And then I will let that dry. And then I'm also going to paint the green blocks in a black as well. Now the sides that are going to be touching each other, we're going to glue those two green ones together and glue it to the board there, the piece of wood. We don't have to paint that part. You can, it's not going to hurt anything, but it's not necessary. Making sure I get inside the windows and all around there with a solid coverage. And then I'll paint these too. And again, if you don't have a heat tool to use, then you can also use a fan, or a hair dryer. If speed is important, if you're making a lot of projects. If not, just leave it overnight or leave it while you have a coffee break and walk away. All right, so I got some new glue that I got from Temu. I wanted to try out. And I leave it in here so you can see real time how long it takes to dry. So you'll see me doing some things and whatever, but I don't cut anything out because I want to show you how quick it is. I'm just gluing one of the blocks to the back, bottom, and one of the blocks to the other one. This is the information on that. If I can grab that link, I'll put it down there for you. I am an affiliate for Temu, but look at that. Look how fast that is. Oh, that's amazing. I am an affiliate, but you can get your projects and products wherever you like. All right, so I went ahead and painted it so that the entire thing is solid. And I'm going to choose, I've counted, there are 6 windows, and well, 5 windows in the door. And I am going to choose which ones I want to use. I decided to use the ones with the white background because they are going to glow a little bit brighter. So you can really see the detail in these little pieces. Now, these are stickers, but I'm not using those as stickers. I'm going to leave them on the backing. And I'm going to use these as like you would if you had little printouts. All right, and there you go. I got 6 of them. We can continue to cut them down if we want. Now we're going to look at our house and decide which one we want to go in which window. Look at the witches, the little trio of witches right there. These are super cute. I want to see, I would like the idea of someone standing in the door because to me it makes more sense than putting like a half body in the doorway. Just dangling there. You know what I mean? My mind wouldn't let me do it, but you do you. Whatever you want to do. I mean, it's all your imagination anyway. Crafting is your own inspiration. And, I say making it my own. That's my channel name. That's the whole point. That's what I want you to do. And I do say it a lot because I really want you to get that, if nothing else, from my videos. You don't have to do it exactly like me. You don't have to do it exactly like the other YouTubers who have millions of views. No, you don't have to do that. You do what is cute and good for your home and your family and your life, right? Whatever brings you that joy, that's what I want you to do. So I'm just using a little bit of tape to put these down. You can use hot glue if you want to, but it's just too big of a mess, and this is quicker. You don't have all the webs, and you don't have the bulk of the glue on there, and you're not burning your fingers touching these smaller surfaces. You can easily trim around where you need to trim. No need really to cut these into any particular shape. You'll see me trim these up. If they overlap one another in a window, then I'll cut them a little bit smaller just to make sure that it doesn't overlap. And the reason is because once you have a light in the background, you're going to see the line from that other picture's corner or overlap. You know what I mean? And that would drive me nuts. Y'all know how I am about that kind of stuff. That would just drive me bonkers. So, a little bit of tape, choosing where we want everybody to go, locking them down in place. This is easy. This is a very easy part, a fun part, making these decisions. Where do we want to put them? Where do they want to go? See, I've removed her legs because I don't want her overlapping. I don't want her being in the way of the other windows. Plus, you got to consider where you're putting down your tape as well. And you don't want your tape to overlap. If you are new here, I welcome you. I would love it if you would subscribe to my channel and give me a thumbs up so that YouTube knows that I am working hard over here and growing my channel, giving you the types of things that you like to see. And if you are enjoying these Halloween videos, would you mind giving me a pumpkin or some type of a Halloween something down there in the comment section? It can be a ghosty or a witch or anything, a zombie, doesn't even matter. I love to know when you come and visit and you stay to watch me complete these projects to see how they turn out. All right, so we're moving right along. I'm letting you watch my process here. Once everything is taped into place, look how adorable. I left the house very basic with black. We're not doing shading. We're not doing anything like that. Choose whatever type of string lights you want to use. I use mine over and over in my projects. When I break the projects down, I just wrap them up. Well, that looks like I tangled it up. And then I use them again. I just use them over and over. You can't possibly make every craft that everybody makes every time, especially as many as some of us make. You can't do that. You just make the ones that you like, right? Now you're going to go around with tape. I just started off by gluing and then glue the base down. If you're going to go around with tape, and you're going to make sure that those lights overlap into the windows and in the door where your people are. And you can move those around until you get them in the right position. Now, I wanted a piece of black fabric to go on here, but then I thought, well, we want something lighter colored to reflect the light and really make that glow. If you use black, it's not going to do that. This napkin that I have is white on one side and black on the other. If I had a piece of paper that was white and black, I would have used that. But I'm using this napkin just to show you that even if all you have is a Halloween napkin, you can use it. It's a 2-ply, but I don't want to tear it apart because I want the white backing on there. So if it starts to come apart, just add a little bit of glue and stick it back together. It's easy. It may take a tiny bit more of your time, but it is worth the look that you get from it, believe me. And this is just because I don't want the back being messy too, but it's going to cover it up. So it's giving us kind of reflecting the light, and it's also giving us a darker background so you don't see all the wires that are in there. When you glue it in place, and you can patchwork it like I had to, because I've still got to do those peaks up there, then you can just use like a little sander or something to sand away all of your edges. And don't worry, we're going to go back over that and clean that up so you won't see the white edges from the napkin. Go all the way around, make it nice and neat. And I even found in the end screen that there were a couple of pieces that I didn't get off, but you just go back in there and you just nip it off. Not a big deal, right? You can use a fingernail file to get in there in those small, quite angled places. So I'm going to go around the top now, and we're doing those other pieces of roof line with the same technique, a little bit of glue, and then you'll go back and sand it off. If you use fabric or paper, you don't have to be as gentle with it. Obviously, I have to be very ginger with it because it's tissue. It's very thin. All right, and then I'm going to go back over with some black, and then look, y'all. Look how cute! Look at our little Halloween party house. Very cute. These lights I get from Temu, they have 3 different settings. They have a flash that is fast and one that's a little slower. So I'm warning you now, I'm going to show you what it looks like while they're flashing. So look away if that bothers you. And there we go. If you want to look like they got a disco ball or some party lights going on in there, check that out. Super cute. Super cute. And this is what it looks like if it is set up without any lights on it. Very cute. And this is where if you wanted to embellish the front, you certainly could, but I wanted to keep it beginner friendly. And this is what it's going to look like at night. Adorable. I love it, and I hope you love it as much as I do. We're going to use some tight bind quick and thick. A little block we're going to use for support. Little miniature haystacks and little miniatures of whatever sort you might want to use. We'll use moss, a little bit of foam mushrooms, some flowers from my stash. I'll use 2 of these ribbons. And these are some paper cutouts from a carnival pack that I have been crafting from and loving recently. These are the ones that I chose for this set. I have done a project already with some more pieces, and I have one more project to do with these. This is a cheese box that I thrifted, but you can use a round gift box if you would like. Here are my measurements, just for your information. Where the bottom overlaps, it's going to allow a flat spot to make a base. If you're using a box, you might not have this, but you can make your own support using a wood block. Just going to use some long-lasting glue with a little quick drying hot glue. It's going to hold that in place until I get a strong seal with the permanent. I'm going to use some pieces that I have thrifted. I use these as supports to add dimension to my projects, and I thought this would be a good place to use it to help give me support on the bottom of my box to keep it from rolling. I'll use a little bit of this, same process, hot glue, and a little bit of that tight bond to go on the bottom. I'll use some of this ribbon that I got on clearance, and I will use enough to wrap around the box and glue it in place. If you want to paint your box, you can do that. If you want to use gift wrapped on your box, if you want to use stain or whatever you want to use on your box is totally fine. I'm going to use the bottom as my starting place, and I'll cover up everything with this ribbon. So I think this is like a 2-inch ribbon probably, and it is wired, but the wire doesn't really matter in this project, so it's totally up to you. Now, sometimes at Christmas time, you can get these cheese boxes as like the base for gift sets, like that have bath bombs or the ones that have meats and cheeses. So just consider, what you might already have in your stash that you can use, because it's really important with us living on a budget that we still have nice things that we can create and craft with, but we don't have to spend a lot of money, right? We don't want to put ourselves out of a house and electricity and stuff like that. So once we get the bottom established, I'm going to roll this back over on itself and hot glue it in place. This is just going to give it a nice flat, even seam, and we won't have any of those little strays coming out and, you know, making a mess on the bottom. Right around the inside, I'm going to go around with a little hot glue and just press that down. I do have a finger protector on, and I do recommend that when you're using hot glue, you do try to protect your hands as much as possible because they can burn worse than you would think. They are really, really hot. Even on a cool temperature, you can still be burned, so just be very careful. I'm just going to keep going along and just wrapping this over the edge. This happened to work for me, but if you have a box and your ribbon fits perfectly, you won't need to do this step. If your ribbon is not big enough to do this step, you can take a permanent marker and color it, or a paintbrush and a little bit of black paint. I love the cream and white. I think it's going to be good with this carnival theme, and I think it matches nicely to what we have going on in our cutouts. I'll use my satin ribbon, which is smaller, maybe 3/4 of an inch, and I'm going to put it down. A little hot glue, same process. We'll start on the bottom. Starting on the bottom will allow your seams to land on the bottom, and you won't see anything on the top. It'll be nice and neat. Just going to add a little glue at a time, press it into place. Again, protect your fingers. I'm not a very good example on this particular day. I was so excited about the project that I just threw caution to the wind. You know how it is sometimes. Pressing it down, rolling around, and I go. You can certainly use your type bond here if you would like, but it's really not needed to have a very strong hold. When it comes to fabric on wood, my experience is that hot glue will do the trick. I'll press that into place. I've had people ask me too what type of hot glue I use. I prefer to use Gorilla Glue, and I just use the Gorilla Glue sticks. I would love it if you would subscribe to my channel. I have a large variety of viewers here, and lots of people are viewers but not subscribed. So check to see that you're subscribed so you don't, and hit the little notification bell, of course, so that you don't miss whenever I put up new material. Now, instead of painting the inside, I've decided to use a little bit of scrapbook paper, and it's just cream and black, and it is in polka dots. And I'm going to cut this out. You can put your box right on top of your paper. Use a pencil, trace it out, cut it just inside of your trace line, and it should give you a fairly good fit on the inside of your box. And then you can just trim up where you need to. Using a little bit of black chalk paint that was already on the brush from another project, I'm going to go right on that inside because it's really hard with a piece like this to get exact measurements. So I did the best I could, but there are still a couple of places where you could see the wood underneath, and I don't want that peeking through. So I'm going to cover it up a little bit. What do you think about the combination with the plaid and the polka dots? I really like that. I painted the back of my box black. And now I'm going to use the ribbon on the inside as well. So we are essentially sealing this box in this plaid ribbon. I'm going to, again, use the bottom as my starting place because that's where I also want it to end. Don't want to see that seam anywhere. I'll push that edge to the back of the box. And then with little strips of glue here and there, working fairly quickly, I am going to press this into place. I kind of roll it with my hand and press, roll and press, roll, and because you want to sort of flatten it out so you don't have wrinkles and you don't have spaces that are not attached to the box. Hot glue, again, works great for this, but you're welcome to put this in any way that you like if you want to use your type bond or your glue or whatever you have, whatever type of piece if you want to use, or double stick tape, whatever you're using for your particular needs. This will work. Also, if you want to use strips of scrapbook paper, you can do that as well. Press, press, press until we get back to our point. You can trim that off and glue your edges down. Now I'm going to go around the inside with my glue, right around the lip, and press this into place. Right where the edge of my box is and the edge of my ribbon lies. It just so happens that the measurements were really close, really tight in this project so that everything lined up nicely. It was like kismet this day. It was wonderful. Don't you love a good creative, crafty flow day? I love them. And I was in the flow in this project. It's something about those paper cutouts that really got me inspired with these projects. Again, I will be doing one more. I've already done one that I'll link. And I hope you enjoy them as much as I do because I love a good vintage project. For any holiday or any time of year, really. Vintage inspired. It's not precise. I'm just going to press this into place. You can use hot glue around the edge and put it in place if you want to, but I just like to give you options. I'm going to use my little smoother here, my little tool, and I'm going to press this in place. You can use a credit card or whatever you would like to use to flatten yours out. You're not really going to see it under a pattern paper. It holds it great. Now our box is all sealed with our ribbons and our paper, and we can move on to the inside if we would like. Using black or antiquing wax, we're going to go around the edges of these paper cutouts because they are a white on the edge. They're like punched out or cut out of paper, and paper is generally white. So I don't want my edges to be white. I want my edges to look a little more aged. Totally up to you whether or not you do this. Do you see the difference that it makes? I usually use antiquing wax for this, but for this project, I wanted to give you an example of how you can do it with paint. Just adding a little bit, dabbing a little bit off there. If you're wondering why I have that ribbon round over there, these make really good templates if you're cutting out random size circles. So you can take your leftover spools when your ribbon is gone and pull those circles off, and you can use them again. And you can also use the inside of those spools, the little round sections, in other projects. And I have done that before too. So we're talking about recycling and milking every cent out of your dollar. It's really important these days, isn't it? Okay, going around, making sure everything looks good. You can see the difference. I can see it. It's subtle, but I really like it. And then we're going to do the same thing with the little girls that I chose. I chose 2 little girls who are trick-or-treaters. Very, very cute. They're excited. They're very Victorian and vintage looking. I'm going to go around all those edges. Now, if you have a piece like this that's intricate, go ahead and grab a paintbrush and just take most of the paint back off and go over those sections. You can also use a paint marker or a fine tip Sharpie and go in all those sections if you would like. It's going to be totally your choice and what's going to work for what you have. Now, at one point, these sold out. I'm going to double check and see if they have any more. If they do have more, I'm going to link it. If they have something similar but not these, I will link that as well for you. I'll take it's like a little fake off-brand Target Ginger block. Ginger? Really? Ginger block? And put a little glue on it to give us a little bit of lift. We want to have a little bit of support on there and a little bit of dimension. If you want to put everything flat, you totally can, but I love the shadows that are created by giving a little bit of lift. It just looks a little more natural to me. Optional, of course, is going to be moss. Now, I have these moss mats that came from Temu. You can definitely use the moss that you get from Dollar Tree and just use a little bit of glue and put it down. You might not want to use hot glue because you could possibly burn the fingerprints off your hand. So I suggest that maybe you want to use a little bit of your Tite Bond if that's what you're using, or whatever type of a thick adhesive you have, and just press it into there. This is going to create a little bit of a hill or a yard or a garden for the little girls to stand in. It's also going to create a support for them and anything else that we decide to use to decorate the inside of this box. I have not bought anything new recently. It's been about a month since I've been in Dollar Tree, and I know that prices are going up, so just be very, very careful about, trying to look back through your stash and see what you have and think about maybe something that you could take apart, and maybe you don't love it as much as you used to, and now you want to give it new life, and this is a perfect time to do it. I'll add some hot glue in here once I decide where I want my girls to go, and then press her legs into that. Notice she's not flat on there. She's about 1 inch away from the house. I'm going to use just this little block. This little haystack happens to be the perfect dimension to hold this in place until she dries in place. And then I'll add the other little girl. I'm going to add her closer to the edge. So we have little step backs from the front to the back, or from the back to the front. So the house is at the deepest depth, and then the first little girl is a little bit closer to the front, and then this little girl is the very closest to the opening of the box. Gives you a lot to look at. You can also add lights in your projects if you would like. I do a lot of lighted projects, but in this one I decided to leave it alone and let you decide how you would like to do it yourself. So I used a block on this one behind the pumpkin to hold that in place, and you can paint that black if you would like. You don't have to, but black does help it sort of disappear into the distance. And then I'll take my little bats, and they're so intricate that I'm going to have to use a pen on those to shade them. And I'll use this, this is like a glass marker, I think, y'all. And I'm going to color this and let this dry to be the support for this little bat. And you can also use these types of pens to color on there to give you some shading when you have really intricate pieces. Once it's dry, I'm going to use some hot glue. I'll just turn that one sideways and see how I'm doing here to cover up the white on this one. And the 2 bats that I'm using are 2 different style bats. This one is a little more of a Gothic look, and the other one looks a little more like light. but it is mixed media, so we're going to do it a bunch of different ways, aren't we? I'm going to press that into place and then decide where I want to put this little bat. And I thought maybe right here on the outside of the box would be a good spot for her. Thank you so much for coming by my channel, for supporting me, for helping my channel to grow. Most of my viewers are not subscribed, so, stick around if you would like. I enjoy having you here. We have a great time in the comments. Everybody generally is kind and helpful and supportive, so I would love to have you here. It's one huge making it my own family. These little pieces also came from Dollar Tree. They're called moss rocks or moss stones. They have foam on the inside, so they're easy to cut down to whatever size you like. Adds a little bit of kind of variety to the moss. I'm going to press that in place right on top of that moss. We're mixing it up. I like the look of it. Now I've got some Temu branches in black and brown. And I also have some I've recycled from other projects and found at the thrift store. These pieces can be cut down. They're partially wired, and then the outer branches, or the pieces that come away from it, are plastic, so they can actually be cut, with scissors if you wanted to cut them with scissors, the smaller pieces. And that way you can really stretch it and use, on smaller projects like this, one branch for the whole project. I'll trim it down into whatever sizes that I like for my piece and whatever looks right, and I encourage you to do the same thing. If you don't have these pieces, you can always go get some sticks from the yard, right? That's the easiest way and most affordable way that you could possibly do it. Just grab some sticks from the yard and really make this one your own. I press the stem down into the moss. It helps stabilize it, and the glue holds it in place. To give some dimension to the flat branches there, whoop, there's my big head. I'm going to add a little hot glue, turn one to the side, right where the tree forks, and then support it. Just got my little utility knife in there to hold it in place until the glue dries. While I go on to the next piece, decide where I want that one. And then I add some glue and press it down into the moss. If you need to add a little bit of glue, if you're going to have something extending over the outside, you can add a little bit of glue to the ends of the branches and stick them to the outside of your box. And then I decided I really wanted one back behind that tree. So since it's not on there flat and it's lifted away from the box, I had plenty of room to poke that little stem down in there. So out of my little bucket of thrifted and recycled pieces, and leftovers, of course, I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue, and we'll use these again. I thought that the yellow would be nice for fall. So it also mimics a little bit of what's going on in that house in the little girl's dress, that little golden kind of a orangey yellow dress that she's wearing. And then I'll add these in the background, just, wherever you like them. Doesn't have to be symmetrical, and you could use one piece if all you have is one. If you've got little pumpkins you want to use, you could certainly do that too, but the little girls are holding their jack-o'-lanterns up, so I didn't put any pumpkins in here. I'll take these little picks that I got from, I think I got them from Dollar Tree. I've used them before and pulled these out of another project, but they're just painted over. They're like the little Easter mushrooms, and I just painted them brown and cream to look a little more realistic in my last project. So pulled them out, and I'm using them again for this project. Be sure you add a little hot glue once you decide where you want it to stay, where you want those mushrooms to grow and live. This came from a set from Dollar Tree, the little garden gnome section. Yeah, it was in a little thing with some gnomes. I'm going to use that right in the front. And then this came off of a thrifted piece that I think it was like a Target wreath set, like a flat wreath set. I don't know. But it came with these little felt pieces. And there's like a pumpkin and a ghost. And I thought that the words would look really good with the coloring and the style of this project. So I just put the ink on the outside and glued it in place. I like to make my projects my own, and I encourage you to do the same thing. It doesn't have to be cookie cutter to everybody else's things, right? And I don't think what I do is normal crafting. I think it's a little more outside of the box. That's how I like it. That's how I want it to be for you guys. Crafting has made such a big difference in my life and how I feel about myself and my confidence. And I want you guys to feel that too. You guys and gals, I want you to feel that too. I want you to feel that sense of accomplishment and really love something that you make that nobody else has. You're the only one who's going to have that piece. I hope that you like this one as much as me. Again, I've already done one project, which I will link for you, with cutouts out of the same pack, and I have enough to do one more project. So be sure you hit that notification bell once you've subscribed so you don't miss anything when I put it up on my channel. Okay, so you can find these little signs, something like this, at Dollar Tree. I've had mine since last year. Here's another little sign, maybe from Dollar General, just something small. This is the inspiration for the video, these Carnival Night Party Halloween little paper cutouts, and I did get these from Timu. Timu. I've been corrected so many times. But anyway, they're really cute, and that's what I'm going to use. And then I'm going to be using some scrapbook paper. And these are just a variety of ones that I picked out of a box that look similar to the theme, I think, for Halloween and for this vintage kind of carnival look. So just to give you an idea, here is the box. This is a spell book box that I picked up maybe a couple years ago, probably from Goodwill when I was out thrifting. And I decided it doesn't work right now, didn't want to replace batteries. It just looks like a treat box. But we're going to use it to make some light up decor. So it is from Hallmark, very nice. It's flat on the back and it does have some raised areas on the front. I won't be working on the front of this book. I think it's cute the way it is, so I'm going to leave it just like this. I will start by removing the battery pack, and I assume it screams or makes some type of a festive Halloween noise when you open it up generally. But it's just in a little recessed area that's cut out of the paper, so I'm just going to pry it out a little bit. And then it looks like it was just really glued down there with some little tacky strips. I'll just put that aside, or we can chunk it. And there's already an area here for us. We're going to leave just like this to put our new lights into. So there are all kinds of string lights that you can get. I prefer these. I get them from Temu. They have 3 different settings on them, and I do have those linked in the description box of almost every video. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to. Go and get whatever type of little string lights you want, as long as they're long enough to go around the entire inside of whatever box that you were using. And you can see that they're both yellow lights. They're not that bright white look. They're a very warm color. So you can use whatever kind you like. The other one there is just like a quart type that you put in a bottle. I'm going to give it a good dusting and cleaning and brushing, whatever you need to do to get your surface clean. All right, and then to choose whatever type of paper. Now I looked up, with the paper being almost exactly the same size as the box. Love it when that happens. So I'm getting ideas of how I want to put these papers out in here to cover what's already down there. If you don't have scrapbook paper, you can use wrapping paper, you can maybe paint it, you could use it the same color, you could cover it in a little bit of fabric. I'm just looking here to decide which one I really like, because I went through that pack of cutouts and chose 3 different houses that I want to use, and then I have another one left over for another project, so be sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything when it comes out. So I thought, in order to not take away from all the beauty and the details of those cutouts, that I would just use a solid, sort of a rusty orange color on the inside. I'm just going to place it down in here, and I'm going to snug it up into the corners and onto the side there, holding it in place. And then I'll just take my fingernails and crease it on the side. And this is my little squeegee. You can do this with a credit card or with the side of your ruler, whatever works for you. All I'm doing is making a nice crisp crease in there. It is going to remind us of our placement when we decide to glue it in place, and then it is also going to lay nice and flat. So I can either overlap it or cut it off where it goes over onto the front inside cover. I think I'm going to leave it, and we're just going to work with it as it is. So again, creased it with my hand, nothing extremely mathematical going on here, no algebraic equations. We can do that here on this channel, can't we? Yes, we can. So I've decided to use Titebond because it is very, very thick. When you use Mod Podge, it's a little bit thinner and it can cause some bubbling. And I've not had that trouble with the Titebond. It's very, very thick. So I'm just going to go along on the outside areas where the glue and the paper are going to meet in the corners to make it nice and flat. It's really not necessary to go across the inside of it. This will hold it in place as it is. So carefully going to drop that back down. If y'all hear any crackling, my boyfriend's dog is here with us this week, and I bought him a couple of little toys, and they're crackly toys, and he's playing with them right now, so he's very happy. He's on the couch in the other room while I toil away in here and work. Not a care in the world. You know how pups are. Okay, so then I'm going to just press it down with my fingers, and you can also use a squeegee here to do that, and clean up any glue that comes out. Although I have to say that the this glue, this Type Bond, does turn clear, so you won't have to worry about white gunk on there. To finish off the edge where I folded it over, I went ahead and added a little bit of hot glue and then quickly worked to push that down into the glue. This is just a little more of me doing that little cleanup. This is like a little sanding stick. It's got a sander on one end. It's almost like that you would use to clean up your fingernails. It works really well to clean up in tight spots and corners where you can't reach normally. So far, so good. I'm liking this. And, you know, if y'all have other ways of doing this and other ways you would prefer to do it, go ahead and do it that way. I don't do, you know, book covering and resurfacing for a living. This is just something that comes out of my head, and I feel like it's the easiest route, and so I like to share those tips with y'all. But I'm never talking down to you or being condescending. So for the few of you who chose to make ugly comments on the last video or so, it really wasn't necessary, but you know, you didn't take my joy, so I hope you have a wonderful day. Okay, next I'm going to choose something to go on the inside cover, and I decided to use this really pretty checked paper. It's sort of a brownish rusty color with black. Again, it looks really good to me with the coloring of the cutouts that I used. I think it's going to be really nice. But you use whatever kind, like I said. And then if you find, you know, if you don't have this book, what do you do? Okay, I don't have one of these books. What about those storage boxes that have the flap on them that you can get from Dollar General, Family Dollar, and any pretty much craft store to store your photographs? Something like that would be really good. And then you could just decorate the outside too, right? Lots of ways to do things. All right, so now I've got this trimmed down, and I can add it on the front. Now I'm going to sort of center it. I realize that the cover is larger, so there's going to be some orange showing here, but we're going to trim that out with some ribbon later. So it'll be covered up. That doesn't need to be a big concern. But again, if you use contact paper or you use something that's larger, you can cover your surface all the way if you want to. Adding on that glue again. I don't want to take it all the way to the outside because when I press it down, then the glue will squish out. It still does to some extent, but not like it would if you were right on the edge. Okie dokie. Let me just slide it in there. And then I'm just going to press it down and press it into place. This is very easy to do. You know all the tricks if you've been here long enough. You know about squeegees, and you know about using credit cards or your driver's license or any hard surface like that to do the same trick. A rubber spatula, whatever you choose. But if you're new here, those are all really expensive ways to get the job done the same way. We want you to save your money while making it your own. All right, so now you can see it is not entirely flat. That's okay. I'm not upset about it. I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue here on each of the corners. And if you wanted to go right down there, you could right down that line with it. But my thought was it needs a little bit of room to be able to move when you open and shut it. So I'm just going to leave it with a little bit of a gap there. Now I'm going to use what was left of that paper, and I'm going to come in and line the where the paper edge would be on the box if that was actually paper. And then I'll just cut a straight edge on that. And I will use that on that inside piece. Now because we have an area here where we're going to be putting a light, I need to be able to get to the switch to turn that on and off, but still kind of disguise it. So I'm going to just hold it with my hand, go up to the edge of where that box is, fold it, press it in place. I'm just doing that with my nail, if you can't see up there in that corner. Okay. Then I'll take my pencil and I'll just make a little line here, because part of this can be glued down and the other part is going to create a little flap. Double checking, because you know I don't want to get the ruler out. You know how it goes here. Okay, so now I'm going to cut up to that little notch that I made. And now I'll be able to glue down the shorter piece to the back and have the larger piece as a flap. And I know you can barely see it, but you see now what I mean? Easy. And we'll just use a piece of Velcro in a minute, and that's what we're going to use to open and close it so we have access to the light switch box. We're going to go in here again with the same adhesive. And if you wanted to use a glue stick for this, that would probably work. Maybe even double-sided tape. Lots of ways to do things. Okay, so you can see what I've done here. If you're worried about it getting too gloppy or whatever, you can get a paintbrush and kind of move it around a little bit. It is thick though, it's thick. Not as thick as school paste, but a whole lot thicker than school glue. Okay, pressing everything down. We want to make it nice and smooth. If you get any residue, you want to get that off so you're not smearing it all over the top of your paper and discoloring it or lifting up the print. Some pieces of paper just have a print on the top and they'll come apart. Okay, now I've laid out some pieces here. I've chosen the ones that I think I want to use, and I've decided to use like wood blocks and wood pieces. These are like a larger Jenga, some little square pieces from Dollar Tree, some random little pieces of stuff that I pick up at the thrift store. You can see there's a variety of sizes and depths, and I'll show you here just to give you an idea of the different heights you can create by stacking them or using one at a time. Because I want to create some dimension, I don't want all of these glued down to the back of the box. If you choose to do it that way, it's totally fine. I have found that there's a lot more interest in a piece when you have some depth and dimension, which again, I know y'all are probably tired of hearing that, but it actually does create more shadow and lift, and it just gives it a little more whimsy, in my opinion. You can see the difference in the shadow around the edge. These are in different, different depths from the back. Just so when you hear, I like to lay it all out first and then decide how I want to do it, where I want to put it. And look at the cute little folks over there in their Halloween outfits. We're going to say they're girls, but who knows? Who knows? The little Halloween fairies and creatures, and I think they're so cute. We're going to make them fly in a minute. Yes, we are. So now I'm going to make a decision. One of them's flat, one of them comes out a little further, and the other one comes out the most forward, and that's the one on the bottom. So almost like little stair steps. I want to be sure that I put these blocks on here where they can't be seen. And then when you glue them down in the box, you want to be sure that you only press where the blocks are. Don't push in the middle of your picture or you're going to make a dent in it. You don't want to do that. You worked really hard, right? You don't want to do that. Okay? If it's where it's close to your edge, you're going to go ahead and just paint that a darker color and it will recess and you won't be able to see it. You just want all your hardware showing. All right, so then I decided to add just a little bump there. You can see the shadow under the edge of it when you add that. You can use dots, you can use pieces of cardboard, and you can stack pieces of cardboard if you don't have little blocks or scraps of wood that you can use. Now I'm going to take my folk art antiquing wax, and I'm going to put it on a finger dauber, but you can put this on like a little sponge brush or just on your fingertip if you're not afraid of it, totally up to you. It washes off. In my opinion, I've never had a problem, but be sure that you test for allergies. I don't want to be responsible for your bobos, your bumps and lumps. Right? No, because I love y'all and I want y'all to stay crafty, safe and crafty. Now I'm going around the edges of all of these pieces that I put in here. So you'll see me going around the houses and the buildings, and I'm also going to do the same to the our little Halloween folks over there. And this is just going to, when you do like a paper cutout, the sides of the paper cutout are white because the paper that it's printed on is white. Okay? If you go in there and you add a little bit of a wax or a darker color, or even more to take like a marker, a furniture repair marker or something and go around the edge, it just to me really helps the details pop instead of seeing that white around the edges. But this is a preference thing. You can do this or not do this. And if you don't want to use antiquing wax, or maybe you don't have it, you can definitely use a brown paint to get a similar look. Or if you really want to make it pop, you can go around it with black. I remember in school when I would color, I love to color, and I would make the color really rich and dark so you couldn't see the paper through it. And I always wanted to trace it out with a thick black line. I don't know why I did that, but I just really liked it. And I guess that's carried through my whole life because that's the way I like things now. See the difference though? It's subtle. You can see it. Use your artistic eyes, y'all. Use your artistic eyes. If you get in an area that's really tight, like around the little turrets and things on there, and you can't get in there with your finger, grab a Q-tip. Put a little bit of it on a Q-tip, and you can get right in those little bitty spots. And you can do that with alphabet letters and things too if you can't get on the inside. All right, so double stick tape or a little bit of hot glue, which is what I used. Be sure that your control is where you can get to it on the top. You don't want to glue that down. And then I'm going to go around the entire inside of this box as far as I can go in one line. You might need to use two if your box is bigger, or if your line is shorter. You might have to use two. And you can certainly use white lights. You can use a copper line. You can use, you know, do what makes you happy. I guess I'm overstressing that now because it's just been one of those days, y'all. It's just been one of those days. But my channel is about making it my own, right? And I want you to make yours your own. And we have to do that by being creative, thinking outside of the box, and thinking what we can do that brings us some joy. And that's just really important to me today that you understand that. Okay? Because I love y'all. That's why. Even those of you who question me and don't understand my process, I still love you and wish you all the very, very best. Because when you comment or you view and then complain, it still helps my channel. Going around. You can tell what's on my mind, huh? I'm going to add just a little bit of glue and hold it in place, but you can use like a double stick mounting tape if you want to, as long as it is something that's clear so you don't see where you attach it. Unless you want to cover it, you could cover it with moss or something, which we do here shortly, and that will keep it all in place. Continue around all the way until you get as far as you can go. Mine is almost up to the box where the control is, which is awesome because I just love it when things work out that way by accident, but I did test it first to make sure it was going to be long enough. And you can tape that down or glue it down. You could also use something like E6000 if you wanted to, but the problem is you have to hold it for so long because the wire will kind of have a tendency to want to pop off, and you don't want that to happen, y'all. I want to say thank y'all because a lot of y'all have been following me for so many years, and you know that some of the things that you're seeing on my channel here are compilation and mega videos. These are obviously designed for people who like to watch a lot and binge a lot, and they're generally the people who have been subscribed to me for a long time and enjoy listening to me just talk and watch me do my thing. It's not for everybody. It's totally not for everybody. All right, so we did the little girls, same way that we did the houses, just different heights because it's going to look like some of them are closer to us and some of them are further back. And I'm just going to make those look like they're flying. So then I thought, well, what about a little Dollar Tree Halloween tree or a pick or a branch? So these are from Timu, these black branches. And if you don't have these or you don't want to use that company, that's totally okay. You can look for black floral branches anywhere you want, or you can take a green branch that you have and spray paint it. Totally do that. And I decided that maybe I would make these look a little bit more whimsical by having them be almost like tree houses. Wouldn't that be cool? And it's definitely something you wouldn't expect. And I like that in my crafts. And I know that if you're here to watch me, that you like those unexpected things too. So I'm just going to decide where I want to put these and lay them out. Like, how cool is that, that there's a tree in the box with them? I can put some in the front and some behind, again, causing more, it allows more depth and dimension. And what that does is keeps your eye tracking. It keeps your eye moving, which keeps your brain kind of going, activated, watching, paying attention. And I love that in art, and I love that in crafts because it keeps you looking at something, almost like you see something new every time. And to me, that just makes it more whimsical and fun. And I hope that you feel the same way when you watch my videos. That they're a little bit different. They're not, you know, they're a little different. Okay, so now I can move these branches around. They're wire in the middle, but they're kind of plasticky toward the outside, so they can be torn or cut or clipped apart, which is easy enough to do. Oh my goodness, y'all, I love this. And now having the little ladies looking like they're flying around or climbing around or lounging in the trees. So cute. We're gonna get those girls in place. Cute. She's cute. She looks like the moon. I know it's kind of hard with the focus right now to see, but she looks like her face is like the full moon. We're gonna stand her up over here. And then we're going to put this little one up here in the trees because she sort of reminds me of a bat, the way her ears look. Or they could be wings, who knows? Now, if you want to give it a little more whimsy, you can cut these pieces off with a wire cutter. And you could trace all the way around the inside. Or you could trace around, put them where your lights are. And that's going to dim your lights a little bit if you cover them up. But it would work. I think it would work and be very cute. I'll take an orange ribbon. I've got a variety of different ones, and this is the one I chose. And then using that same type bond, I'm just going to make a little line here. And this, rather than being a piece of paper that could potentially tear or not give, using a fabric ribbon is going to help. Number one, it's going to disguise the edges where the paper overlaps and it's not totally covered. And it's going to allow a little more bend where the lid closes down onto the box. And if you want to use hot glue on this, you can, but I'll tell you why I didn't. Because usually when you use hot glue under a fabric, you can see the lines. It's not smooth, it's kind of bumpy. So that's why I did this, but I still ended up with a little bit of bumpiness. But that's okay. It's all right. It's supposed to look old, and so I'm okay with that. Now I'm just turning the corner over on itself to make a little sharp edge, and since that tight bond is still wet, you can pull it down just a little, and you may have to watch it a few times to get that turn. It's hard with my camera angle to really show that. I've shown it in other videos, but you're just going to turn it over on itself. My arm's in the way, I'm sorry, y'all. And go down and press it, and just making sure that it's lined up so it's not crooked. And then a little bit of hot glue in the fold where it wraps over, and it kind of frames it a little bit. If I would have waited for my tight bond to dry, it would have been better and more smooth, but I got to get y'all these videos out, so that's why I'm continuing on with the wet underneath it. I know you get it. I know you get it. When you got a lot to do, my life is no different than yours, right? We've all got kids and grandkids and jobs and responsibilities and homes and chores and excuses, right? We do. But I hope things are getting better for y'all too. All right, so now I'm going to trim out the inside bottom of the box just because I felt like I want to use the same piece, same type of ribbon here. And for this, I'll just use a little bit of hot glue because I'll be moving really quickly. It's the bottom of the box and you're not likely to see it. So I'll just tap that on there and then fold it over. Tap, 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 trim it off where you need to trim it off. Look at me with no eyebrows. How about that? Just doing my thing over there with no eyebrows. Anyone else? Anyone? Anyone who are deprived of eyebrows? It's okay though. It's part of being a redhead, I think, for me. And then when you age, they tend to leave you too. Yeah, they do. My goodness, my goodness. All right. And then on the top, I'm going to do this too, but I'll do it a little bit differently. So I'm going to apply it over the top of that goldish looking color that's already there and tap it down. And then when I flip the box over, I'll add a little more just right along the edge of it and then trim the rest off rather than folding it up because I don't want that to see once I have got the box closed. And I certainly don't want to create any more bulkiness that may make the box pop open. Now, the box does somewhat have a little gap when it's closed, but it did before when I got it to. So if you want to get some type of a latch to put on there or a band to put around it, you can certainly do that. But since mine's going to be displayed open, that's really not a concern of mine. So I just trimmed it off. Okay. Now I know I need to work on my flap for my light. So this is the only Velcro I could find. I have thinner and I have less strong. Don't pay any attention to the strength of the Velcro. You just need some hook and loop. And I think you can still get this at Dollar Tree. I'm going to cut a very thin piece that is going to fit both on my paper and on the edge of the box alongside of my control. Did y'all notice my nails were peach and now they are kind of a purple color? That's how long I've been working on the project, trying to get it finished. I mean, the summertime, y'all, the summertime. But I'm so happy with it. I love it. So I'm just going to press that down, and there's the top and the bottom still together on there, and I will press that paper into it. Press, press, press so that the adhesive on there will catch. And then I've got to do it again. Keep pushing and keep pushing. And you can also glue it on if you need to, but after I gave it a chance to set up, it worked just fine. Grab another one of those branches, and I'm going to cut some sections off. And this way we can use one pick for more than one little section. We can cut it down and have short trees if we want to. And this is going to create even more dimension, like we're looking through something mystical and magical. The bottom has a wire, so I'm going to use a wire to cut that. And then you can trim as much as you want. You can make them tall in the front. You can just put them all in the back if you don't want any toward the front. But I like the idea of adding a little bit. And I'm just playing around to make sure that I'm able to see all the good stuff through there. Look, the little moon lady is peeking out. I'm making sure that I cut this short enough and flat enough that it will sit up against the side of the box. See the difference there? And I want to make sure that I have enough pieces of the branch that stick out that will allow me to put them flat up against the box and add the hot glue. Once I add the hot glue here, you're going to see me move quicker than I actually move. I actually hold that until it turns like a milky color, because it is clear when it's wet. It starts to turn milky, then it is set up. And that's what you want it to do, because I don't want these to pop off, and they will try to pull away because they're not flat. But there's our little tree there. Now we can kind of manipulate it a little bit. And if you have a branch that's got wire in it, just use your wire cutter so you don't mess your scissors up. And you can cut off any pieces that are in the way or that are obscuring your view in any way. So keep in mind, you can do your branches upside down as well. If you wanted to do some like an overhang from a tree, and you can do them sideways. It's just a variety of ways that you could do this. Now trim away a little bit, add some more pieces on here. Add on the bottom. It's sort of toward the bottom corner too. And then a little bit on the branch on the top, and hold those in place for a couple of minutes. And then move on to the next little section. And you can add as much as you want. Totally up to you. That's up to your discretion. And you can use branches that have flowers or leaves, or you could use eucalyptus, or you could use vines. There's so many ways to make it your own. So far, so good. Now we need to work on the bottom. Got to have something down here. I've got a little bit of Spanish moss, and then these are scraps of moss that I've used in other projects. This is like the green moss that you get on the ground, and you can buy those at Dollar Tree, and they're already preserved. So I'm going to take a little bit of the Spanish moss, and I'm going to sort of wrap it around in these branches, and I'll also add like a dot of hot glue here and there after I get it all wrapped around. So I think I'll leave that in so you can see what I'm doing. You could also use probably a little bit of super glue if you wanted to, just to dot it down. Or you could make webs with your glue gun if you wanted to make it look webby if you don't have moss. That would also be nice. You can put spiders in your trees, or you can put butterflies or moths or the little bug packs. You could do that in there if you wanted to. A little more moss here and there. These are just all the little extras that, some people might not feel as necessary, and that's okay. If you were ready to leave it the way it is, 3 steps ago, then that's okay. Right? That is totally okay. I'm continuing along here. And no, the house is not floating over her head. We're assuming that it's on a hill back there somewhere. All right, so to put down this loose moss, I'll get it in a minute. I'm just going to use Mod Podge for this. The Mod Podge is thinner. Like I said, the type bond is a lot thicker, and I need something that I can make thin enough that I can apply this moss into, and that will dry quickly. And the Mod Podge works very well for that. So I'm even going over the top of the line. It doesn't matter to me that I'm going over that. It's going to be covered too, and it's going to be a thin enough layer in there that you're still going to see the lights twinkling underneath, so it is totally fine. You can use felt or fabric or sand. You can use little pebbles. You can use those black stones that you get from Dollar Tree. You can use any variety of any type of whatever you want down there. You could draw little bricks on there if you wanted to, or cobblestones, or whatever you want, right? And then I'm just going to take my fingers and press straight down into the Mod Podge in the places that the moss is. And if my finger gets wet, then I know that's a spot that's going to need a little bit more moss. I love the messy stuff. Love a messy crafter. So I'm just going to tap out what's left, and then there's the bottom. Nice. I like that. And I think it goes along really well with this kind of carnival looking thing with the stripes and the Cupid carnival. I love it. I'll take a little bit more of that moss because I'm almost out and just sort of ball it up between my fingers and put it along the base of these trees or where the trunks are, just for a little something extra. Make it maybe look like the moss is climbing up, or you know, it's growing in a messy yard or a messy field. We're peeking through that field to see everything back there on the hill. Then if you have any little embellishments, like I believe these came from Dollar Tree in the fall section last year, you can use something like that. A little bit of hot glue, and I'm going to press it down hard enough that it goes through the moss and down into the box. Because if you just put it on the moss and the moss starts to shift or flake off from the weight, then you know, you're going to lose it and you'll have a bald spot. This is the bell that I got from Temu. I wanted to use a little pumpkin, but I couldn't find a plain one. All I had was glittery ones. So I'm going to use what I have. I'm going to use this little bell right here. I will go in, and I do not recall if I actually show you the steps of me aging that. All I do is add a little bit of that wax on top of it. That's it. Okay, now we're going to work on the inside cover because I thought it would be really nice to have a surprise in there, and I chose to use Spooky Greetings. It's got a little wire hanger on here. And then in that pack, there was a little clock. It's like an old Victorian looking clock. I'm going to go around the edges with that. I'm going to go around the edges of our sign too with the wax. So everything looks the same. I'll pop that down. It doesn't even have to be the middle. Totally up to you where you put it. You can put more houses, stickers, cutouts, whatever you want on the inside door if you want to. Or the inside cover. That's up to you. I'll take some pop-ups. I've had these for ages. And you can see what brand they are so you can get them anywhere. And then I'm going to take 2 of those, and they're sort of foamy. They're going to give me just a tiny bit of lift, but I'm not looking for a lot on this. So it's totally up to you. If you wanted to use something as large as a bead, you could. This isn't actually going to be holding this, but we want to give the illusion that it is holding the sign up, or like the sign is hanging around it, but it's not really. Again, I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue because my stickers happen to be old and they're a little bit dry. And I'll put it on the top, and it looks like the clock is holding the sign, doesn't it? Cute. Could have left all my little glue webs on there, but I pulled them off. Because I want to add a little bit of moss. So we'll embellish that. You know, we want to embellish the inside and the outside. So we'll get that all lined out, and just really on the top. Just on the top. If you're looking for ways to preserve moss, there are lots of useful documents and videos that you can find on YouTube about how to do any of that. I'm not an authority on it. I do things my own way, but by all means, do your research, okay? A little more dimension here. I'm going to add a spider on top of the spider. You can use rings, like the little spider rings you get from Dollar Tree or from any store that you can put in treat bags. You see the ones down there in the corner? Those are just a pack of black, white, and orange rings. Then I have the rings that have the stones that came from Dollar Tree. I'm going to take a permanent marker and go along the white because my Velcro was white and not black, and just trace over that. It kind of puts a little layer of black on it so that you won't be able to see that white shine through there. And then I'll clean it up a little bit. I'm going to use that finger dauber again and some antiquing wax. And I'm going to go all along the edge where that meets what would be the inner pages of the book. So that little trimmed area there. And then I'll just continue that color up and down in there to make it look a little more grungy and old. This is movable until it dries. So if you make a little mess with antiquing wax, you can go back over it. You know, a little damp, very damp. I mean, a very lightly damped cloth, and you can take care of that. You can also go over your curves and your corners, and if you wanted to go over the ribbon, you could do that. Totally up to you. Look. Oh my goodness, I love this, and I can't wait to make some more little carnival things with my leftovers. I hope that y'all like this one, and if you're interested in seeing more in this theme, please let me know in the comments, because like I said, I've got several more of these that I can use so that we can make like a set or, you know, a little area that we can decorate with all of these things. Look at them all in the corner. I gotta shake that out. Don't worry, I do shake it out. I mean, mess. Messy crafter. Shake it out, shake it out. And there we are again. And it does close and open easily. You can use your lights on flashing. I just didn't do that. Didn't show you the flashing mode because I don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable. And I know that flashing lights can cause problems for people. So I just have it on solid here. And I'm not concerned with the fact that the wires are showing. If you are, feel free to disguise yours in any way that you would like. You can even wrap it with moss if you wanted to. Spooky greetings. Carnival decor. These are so cute. Which one of those three little ladies do you think is the cutest? I'm kind of liking those striped tights on top, I have to tell you. I think maybe she's my favorite, the one on the top. So here it is, just sort of displayed like it would be, you know, sitting out at your house in the daytime. This is how it would look. And it's so full of whimsy. I love that the moss is added on there too to look kind of old and creepy. Now you can see her little face. She's so cute. You can see all the little goodies in there. And there's so many other options. You could do different themes for this box. If you like monsters or The Nightmare Before Christmas, there's so many different ways. And here's the other side. Please, 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 if you are new to my channel, subscribe, comment, like. I'm hoping that this video, here it is in the dark now, is enough to get you curious about what I have to offer on this channel. And I am all about some Halloween, so get ready. Buckle up, because it's coming. Check out this little rectangle next. I thank you for stopping by. I'll see you soon. Bye.